Recording in progress.
Colleagues, we'll have to start with the meeting. Cindy, the minister informed me yesterday that he was going to join. I don't see him in the platform.
Chairperson, good morning, everybody. Chairperson, Minister will join. I saw him earlier on the platform, but I will just call the office to find out if he can make it.
I'm on the platform.
There's Minister now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, Minister. Okay. The commissioner is here. The minister is here. Kuleko, Alan, do we have enough members of the committee so that we can start the meeting?
Morning, Chairperson. Yes, from the Select Committee on Finance, we have quite a number of members that have joined. Thanks.
Okay. Let's start with our meeting. The meeting is officially open. This is a joint committee meeting of the Standing and Select Committee of the NCOP and the NA respectively. We are here to receive responses from National Treasury and SARS on the submissions made by stakeholders on Tuesday, both written and oral submissions. You are all welcome. Let me welcome the minister. I'm not sure if the two deputy ministers have joined. If they've joined, they are also welcome. Welcome the SARS commissioner. Welcome the members of the two committees, the Select and the Standing Committee Finance. Welcome all the support teams from both houses. Welcome the stakeholders that are here in the platform and the media. Are there apologies?
Chair, from Standing Finance, it's Honorable Hadebe. He's traveling back from Ireland. Thank you. That's it.
From the side of the Select Committee on Finance, we have an apology from Mr. Raida, Chairperson. Thanks.
Okay. We are done with the item 1. Let's proceed to item 2. Response by National Treasury and SARS to the submissions received on the 2025 fiscal framework and revenue proposals. Minister, do you want to come first, or you want the National Treasury and the SARS Commissioner to come first? You'll come at the end. You can so indicate.
You've read my mind, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I would like the team to respond and the SARS to respond, and later at the end I come in. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me say the two DMs, the last time I checked, they were the Reserve Bank has got an event in Cape Town. My understanding, they were in that event. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, so let's record those two apologies. Before I proceed to invite National Treasury and the SARS Commissioner, I see the hand of Honorable Mountain.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. I'm partly covered, but I just wanted it to be on record. The apologies from the DMs, because remember the last time we had the meeting, the DMs, one DM was not there, and his apology was not noted. So I heard the minister speaking, but it looks like he's speaking in passing. He says he thinks they are there. So can we have his apology that should be recorded here in Parliament, Chair? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mountain. Cindy August, can you please assist us by getting the written apologies of the two DMs so that they can be properly recorded. National Treasury, over to you. Then later I will request the SARS Commissioner to come. DG, are you there?
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning to you and the honourable members. I will just take one...
sorry, DG. Yeah, at least you have switched on your camera. The media is requesting that unless members and stakeholders have got challenge of what you call connectivity, they request that we show our faces. Thanks. Back to you, DG, Dr. Peters.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning again to yourself and the chairs and members of the committees. Thank you again for giving us an opportunity to respond to the public comments today. I'm joined by the team who will be taking us through these technical responses, starting with Chris, the Head of Tax and Financial Sector Policy on the tax matters, then Boipuso on some of the questions around growth, and then finally Edgar, the Head of the Budget Office, around some of the fiscal policy matters and the finance issues. Before I hand over to them, this slide simply just acknowledges and welcomes the comments that we received and the submissions we received, quite a lot. So what we've done in this presentation is that we have quite a number of slides that tries to deal with as many of the matters raised as possible. And then we've also included an annexure, which we weren't intending on presenting, but should the committees wish that we do so, we can. And those annexure slides basically covers some of the specific other detailed questions that were asked. We wanted to make sure that we do justice to the detail of the submissions that we received, as well as their comprehensiveness. We can now move over to the next slide. Just by way of introduction, we thought we would just sketch the development since the 2024 MTBPS, because of course at the time of the 2024 MTBPS we announced a proposed fiscal framework for the next 3 years, and in that proposed fiscal framework, none of the spending pressures that existed in the system, in particular in education and health, were catered for. So essentially the assumption in the MTBPS was that these pressures would go unfunded, essentially. In the run-up to the February budget, we presented these spending pressures to the Ministers' Committee on the Budget and Cabinet, and they considered it, and it was decided that these needed to be addressed, which is why the budget then, in contrast to the MTBPS, puts forward additional spending for these spending pressures, which, as the members would know, is then funded by tax increases. These were the spending pressures in education, mainly for educators and the funding of early childhood development, the spending pressures in health, mainly nurses, doctors, including the unemployed doctors, goods and services budgets. There are between 20 and 30 billion rands of accruals in health departments every year, the spending pressures in security functions, and then as well, certain provisions that are being made for growth enhancing infrastructure investments, including in commuter rail, hospital infrastructure, and so on. As a result of all of this, there's an increase in non-interest expenditure of 142 billion, and the size of the expenditure increase has implications for revenue choices in terms of the efficiency and equity of those choices. Most of the spending proposals are in current or consumption spending, example wages, which requires immediate and durable revenue measures. The point we've made in Cabinet and in Parliament is that when you add permanent spending to the fiscal framework in the form of wage spending in particular that grows by inflation over time, you need a reliable revenue source in order to offset that spending. Otherwise, at some point down the line, you create a fiscal problem or a fiscal hole. And that the nature of the spending has therefore also informed the choice of the revenue measures. Borrowing to finance consumption-based expenditure will, in our view, damage our fiscal credibility, resulting in higher interest rates, higher cost of borrowing for households and firms, and ultimately higher debt service costs for the sovereign, which will mean less funding for our service delivery priorities. And of course, all the other policy priorities have already been adopted. The growth enhancing measures, spending reviews, the additions to the SARS budget and so on, but those measures will take time to yield results. So with those few words of overview, chairs and honourable members, may I now hand over to Chris to take us through the tax section. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Honourable Members. I'll go through the tax section. Just a quick overview of what was proposed in the budget. We have a 0.5 percentage point increase in VAT in 25-26 and 26-27, which would raise 13.5 billion in 25-26 and 15.5 billion in 26-27. No inflationary adjustments to personal income tax, which would raise 18 billion in 25-26. There are inflationary increases assumed in the following 2 years, but the numbers that are reflected there show the revenue that flows through to the outer years. So we do assume there is relief for inflation in the next 2 years. We've got a 6.75 increase in excise duties on alcohol. We did not make any changes to the general fuel levy. However, this leads to a revenue loss of around 4 billion in 25-26, as it is assumed that the general fuel levy will increase by inflation. You would also note there then in 26-27, 27-28, we do assume it will go up by inflation. There's a diesel refund relief provided for primary sector, which would start next year. And we have penciled in 2 billion as a cost for the VAT zero rated basket of goods, which the draft bill is out for consultation, and that consultation will come to a conclusion in the next few days. If we go to the next slide. So why, a lot of the questions have been, well, why did we do it this way? As the DG was stating, if there are permanent increases in expenditure, which would continue throughout both the MTEF and beyond, we would need a permanent revenue source to be able to fund that. If we don't, it would lead to large increases in debt and start to crowd out our other expenditure priorities through higher debt service costs. So the main point of these proposals is that we do believe these will increase the revenue that is required to satisfy the higher expenditure that is in this budget to fund health, education, etc., which Edgar will get into. The mechanisms we've used to do that are this 0.5 percentage point increase in VAT, which we think will be a stable source of revenue going forward, as well as by not providing bracket creep relief. Previously, we did increase rates of personal income taxes, and we do believe these didn't quite raise as much as we had hoped. due to behavioral changes. Corporate income tax is also highly volatile and cyclical. We've seen over the past few years, we've got a lot of additional revenue from mining companies through positive commodity price gains. However, those have fallen away, and then corporate income tax revenues have also fallen away in the last year or so. The other point is equity. We want to stress the point that the whole system needs to be progressive. Our direct taxes are already very progressive. We have high personal income tax rates. We have a lot of other mechanisms within the tax system to ensure that it is progressive. But a lot of the work is done by expenditure. And the expenditure side is very important in terms of creating a progressive overall system. In terms of efficiency, we do believe VAT is the least distortive, VAT increase is the least distortive for growth. So it will give the economy the best chance to grow going forward compared to other rate changes in other items. And also simplicity. These changes can be done relatively easily. There have been concerns from businesses that there will be costs from changing those prices because of VAT. This is something that businesses do quite often if there are periods of high inflation and they do need to adjust their prices, these menu costs, as economists like to call them. We did delay the increase in the VAT rate from 1 April to 1 May 2025 to provide those companies with a greater period, which is also why the revenue is slightly lower in that first year. There's a little box there about VAT zero rating, and I'll get into that in the next slide. But it just to highlight that we have done it in this budget, but it is a bit of a blunt tool, and I'll go into those reasons on this next slide. So what did we do to try and mitigate the impact of the increase on the VAT rate? The one point that I think has been missed in quite a few discussions on this is that we were concerned about what the impact would be on vulnerable households. And we looked to try and alleviate that by directly increasing the grants by an amount above inflation. So we'd say, okay, well, what is the impact vulnerable households going to be from this VAT increase? And there's an excellent analysis by Peter Marisburg Economic Justice and Dignity Group. They compile a food basket for vulnerable households in terms of how much it would cost and how much it would change. So that basket, according to their analysis, is about 5,313 Rand for a household to sustain themselves. About half of that basket is already zero rated. So the current zero rating products are relatively well targeted. The 0.5 percentage point increase in the VAT will increase the cost of that basket by 11 Rand out of the 5,313. So we looked at that to say, well, how can we mitigate that cost? And then we increased grants by an amount above inflation to try and cover that cost. So for example, the old age grant would have increased by around 100 Rand per month, according to expected inflation. But then we added on an additional 30 Rand per month to try and mitigate the impact of that VAT increase. On top of that, and on top of the grant increases, we then zero rated a number of products, additional products, which is being consulted on. For example, some canned vegetables, edible offal, and dairy liquid blends. The same group calculated that this will reduce that cost of that food basket by around 59 Rand. So the additional 0.5% increase adds to the basket about 11 Rand in cost. The zero rating reduces the basket by about 59 Rand, and we increased the grants by about 30 Rand per month for old age grants and similar amounts for the other grants, which Evia can get into. The other point is we didn't change the general fuel levy and the RAF levy. There is no zero rating on fuel levy. It will go through to everybody. Transport costs will go up. Food prices will also go up. We didn't make any changes there at a cost of around 4 billion. The chart there on the right just shows what happened when we zero rated additional products in 2019. So between those two dotted lines, that's how much you would expect prices to fall when you zero rated those products. That changed about 15%. As you can see, about the prices decreased by around half of that amount. So the full benefit of zero rating does not go through to consumers. About half does. So because there is still some benefit, we did expand that zero rated basket, but it must be noted that not all the benefit will go through and retailers will get some of that additional allocation. If we go to the next slide. So there were some commentators saying, But the VAT rate increase that you did in 2018 didn't actually raise any revenue, so you're not going to get any revenue again this time. If you look at the overall net VAT figure, which includes the VAT you get within the economy, domestic VAT, the import VAT, so the VAT you earn on imports of goods, as well as VAT refunds paid out by SARS, if you sum those all together, it looks as if VAT only increased by 7 billion, even though we were supposed to raise about 22.9 billion. So at face value, at high level, you'd say, oh, it didn't raise the money. But if you break it down according to the different constituents, the domestic VAT, import VAT, it did raise money. And if you look at the top right chart, that shows the buoyancy in 2019 was higher than in any of the other years, as well as the revenue growth within consumption. And the reason the net VAT figure was so low was because at that time, SARS had been withholding some VAT refunds. And in the 2018 MTBPS, we made a concerted effort with SARS to try and pay those refunds out. So suddenly they paid a huge amount of refunds at the latter half of that year, which you can see by those red bars that are much higher than the gray bars. And that reduced the net VAT figure. If you take that out and try and account for that, the revenue that we got from that increase is much closer to the 23 billion. Thank you. Next slide. So why not increase direct taxes? We have been pushing to say our direct taxes are already high. The personal tax increased from about 6.6% of GDP in 2004-5 to 9.8% in 24-25. We've been doing a number of large PIT increases over these years, and that contribution is getting higher and higher. Our corporate income tax is also, as a share of revenue that we receive, very high compared to other countries. If you look at the chart on the right, I think we're about 5th in the world with those direct taxes as a percentage of revenue. So we get a lot of money from personal income tax and corporate income tax, and we need to ensure that we have a balanced tax mix. You need a diversified tax base so that you don't rely on one type of instrument too heavily. Otherwise, if there are changes, you would have difficulty in raising the revenue need for expenditure. If we go to the next slide. So why not increase the personal income tax rates? If you look at the chart on the left, you can see our rate is already quite high, which is the y-axis on the left there. So our top personal income tax rate is high. All those other gray dots in that chart are high income countries. And we are the only red dot in that whole group as an upper middle income country. All the other red dots have lower rates, and they also have a much lower personal income tax contribution as a share of GDP. So we are quite an outlier in terms of this rate and our contribution of personal income tax. Why didn't we also increase the top tax rate? We did it in 2017-18, where we increased the top rate to 45%. That chart shows that the taxable income actually decreased for that group compared to another group that is slightly below 1.5 million. And we think there were a lot of behavioral responses to that rate change, and then we didn't make as much revenue as we thought we would. Next slide. Why not increase the CIT rate? The corporate income tax rate, from the economic evidence, both through CGE modeling, which there can be some questions around whether it's valid, and some people have raised that, but both through CGE modeling and empirical studies have shown that corporate income taxes is the most detrimental to growth. So if you are trying to give your economy a chance to grow, to get out of this debt position and to increase expenditure, you need to grow, and you don't want to hamper that attempt to grow. Corporate income tax increases will reduce investment. It'll deter the growth in the economy, and it makes South Africa uncompetitive. We already have a high contribution. As you can see in the chart on the left as well, the rate is much higher than the averages in other countries. The other point to make there is, a lot of commentators say you must just increase corporate income taxes on the wealthy, but it doesn't work that way. It flows through both to labor, employment, as well as to consumers. Businesses will either cut back on employment or they can increase prices as well. So although the actual payment of the corporate income tax is made by the corporate, there will be follow-on impacts on employment and prices. So we did not think that was a good way to go. There have been some comments to say, why don't you reverse the reduction from 28 to 27% that was made a few years ago? The point we'd like to make there is that did not result in any loss in revenue. That the whole point of that package was to try and reduce the rate to be more competitive, but we broadened the corporate income tax base at the same time to make sure that we made revenue through corporates in another mechanism. So, for example, we reduced the assessed losses that corporates could use to roll over, as well as limiting interest deduction that they could use. So we raised money by broadening the base, and we used that additional revenue to then reduce the headline rate and make us more competitive. Next slide. What about a wealth tax? You know, I think the commissioner made a few points to the committee last week, so we don't have to add many more here. Just to note that there are already a number of taxes on the transfers of wealth, for example, estate duty and donations tax, security tax, real estate transfers, property taxes, as well as capital gains, and also on the returns to tax, such as capital gains, dividends, interest, etc. There are a few people within the country paying a large amount of personal income taxes. The commissioner made some comments about those high net worth individuals with large amounts of assets. And those individuals contribute about 7 billion in personal income taxes. And they are at risk. If they move, then we also lose the personal income taxes and the other taxes that they pay. There are only about 4 other countries that have these wealth taxes, and others have gotten rid of theirs because of it is very administratively complex. There's a high cost of that collection because it is so complex, and it creates these other risks about capital flight. We are getting data and we are looking at this issue more, but we did provide some perspectives in the slide. Next slide. So a few people have said, has our tax policy strategy changed? You know, from 2020 onwards, we've been trying to avoid tax increases as far as possible, but we've always said if you are going to increase spending, as the DG said, you will need a permanent additional amount of revenue, which we've done here. There were also quite a few comments, you know, to be critical of the VAT increase, and it does also relate to the spending side to say, don't do tax increases, rather reduce spending and spending reform. Other comments saying that we must improve revenue efficiencies and revenue collection efficiencies. We think we've gone some way to help SARS do that by providing additional funding to them with 7.5 billion extra over the MTEF, which I'm sure the Commissioner can talk about later. And others are saying we should be favoring direct taxes rather than VAT, which we've spoken about previously. Next slide. What about our procedure to announce the tax rate change? So this hasn't changed this year. This is the same procedure that we used in 2018 when the VAT rate was increased. We used Section 7.4 of the VAT Act, which allows the Minister the space to change that VAT rate from a date, but it is still dependent on the passage of the bill through Parliament. Otherwise, it would be reversed. So we haven't changed any of those approaches in this budget. We did want to note that other countries do have these provisions as well, where ministers are able to, or chancellors are able to make those rate changes for a limited period before parliamentary approval. Next slide. There are a few other comments on the other issues, for example, excise taxes, about increasing excise taxes on alcohol, and that this will reduce investment and also reduce growth. From our perspective, we have published a discussion document where we are going to look at the overall policy in this area and see whether the rates should be higher or lower, or how we should deal with them on an annual basis. Our main concern here is that we are trying to discourage consumption of these products. You might have alcohol companies to say this is hurting us, but we are actively trying to reduce consumption by reducing affordability through these excise tax increases. We obviously do have to balance issues such as illicit trade or growth as well, but our overall objective here is one to try and change behavior to avoid those negative impacts of excessive alcohol consumption. There were also comments on the health promotion levy to say, why did we not increase it and delay this increase? And we are not listening to the evidence that is available on that. We are looking at those comments. We will try and do further research through the year, but the decision this year was to hold off on that increase, to look at the implementation of the Sugar Master Plan. And we do note the comments on our previous commitment to do a discussion paper on including 100% fruit juice. Next slide. I think that's done from my side, DG. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Members.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, and everybody on the platform. I'm Bipuso Modise. I'll be speaking to some of the comments that we received from an economic policy perspective. If you'll please give me a moment. Thank you very much. So just slide down. Many of the questions that we received were in relation to the forecast errors and the optimism or accuracy of the forecasts that we used in the budget, and those forecasts underpin the macro fiscal planning process over the medium term and subsequently the fiscal framework. In answering and responding to this question, we've provided in this slide a representation of our estimates of growth over the medium term in relation to some of our competitors. We've also provided a chart of our forecast errors in relation to consensus over time. And what this tells us is that between 2011 and 2024, our finding is that our forecast errors have been lower than consensus in year, meaning that we've been more accurate than consensus in year, and that our forecasts have been in line with comparator forecasts over the medium term. What this shows is that our forecasts are credible and that they are appropriate for underpinning the macro fiscal framework. Subsequently, from our analysis and from the assessment of independent evaluators of the quality of our forecasts and their errors, the baselines that we produce are appropriate, they're accurate, and they're fit for purpose in relation to informing the macro fiscal planning process. I think things that are worth mentioning in this regard is, firstly, in relation to the baseline that was produced with the budget, which is also currently in a slide in the annexure. Everybody who's engaged with the documentation will know that we had not yet incorporated the fourth quarter GDP outcome, owing to the fact that we needed certain data series that are actually being released today with the quarterly bulletin, and will inform our first quarter GDP update, because as many would know, we run quarterly forecast updates, which is generally best practice and is in line with what many other forecasters do as well. To provide some color to what informs and allows us to improve on our forecasting capability and results in the low forecast errors that we are seeing, we generally do a few things. First, we ensure that we invest in our processes, in our tools, and in our people. The tools that we use are often updated and informed by international best practice. We also do a lot of off-model work to understand some of the things that are happening in the real economy that need to find expression in the baseline. And we also rely very heavily on our research that we conduct internally, but also through our network partnerships like SATI that has produced more than 200 papers to ensure that we are understanding some of the key trends in the economy and ensuring that they're adequately represented in our baselines in a way that is appropriate and fit for purpose to ensure that our baselines are able to inform the macro fiscal planning process. Now, despite this, the medium-term growth outlook that we've provided, we are under no illusions, is not adequate to address the socioeconomic challenges that the economy faces. And subsequently, we need to do more to get the economy growing on a faster and more resilient growth trajectory. To do so, our view is and remains that 4 critical pillars are required to address slow growth. The first is maintaining macroeconomic stability, which reduces volatility and the cost of living while encouraging investment. Implementing structural reforms, which are important to increase economic efficiency, increase competitiveness, and also address constraints to job creation, as well as employment. Improving state capabilities, the third pillar, which allows us to identify and solve problems in the delivery of core functions, supported by digital transformation, all of which support economic activity. The final pillar is investing in growth-enhancing public infrastructure, which increases productivity and long-term economic prospects for the economy, not just in the short run, but also with long-term to the extent that it boosts productivity as well as potential growth. In unpacking some of these pillars and our view of their importance to the growth strategy, macroeconomic stability is critical in that it promotes an environment where there is low and stable inflation, while also stabilizing public finances, which lowers the cost of borrowing for government, but also the economy more generally, creating a more conducive environment for investment and economic activity. We also find that a predictable environment encourages investment and consumption spending by firms and households, boosting economic growth. Since 2000 and the introduction of the inflation targeting framework, our view is that interest rates and inflation, as well as volatility in them, has declined significantly. However, when we look at public finances, elevated public debt levels have resulted in high debt service costs, where now debt service costs consume 22 cents of every R1 collected. And the charts below provide a time series of what has happened to inflation and the interest rates, along with debt service costs as a share of main budget revenue. In this context, these reforms matter. The second pillar that I spoke to was the implementation of structural reforms, and these build on the stable macroeconomic foundation that I just spoke to, and they matter because they have tangible outcomes from a growth perspective. On this chart, in the left-hand panel, we present the scenarios that accompanied the baseline for the budget, and in the scenario, we reflect the combined impact of reforms in electricity, as well as logistics, coupled with significant improvements in infrastructure spending as a result of some of the reforms that Edgar will speak to momentarily to improve infrastructure pipeline implementation and subsequently economic activity as a result of that built infrastructure, resulting in economic services that are supportive to economic growth. Looking at these collectively, we see that there is significant deviation from baseline growth, the red line showing the combined impact of the reforms in relation to the black line, which is the baseline. And we find that additionally, these reforms generate more than R1 trillion in GDP over the forecast horizon of just under a decade, which is not insignificant given the fiscal challenges that we face, but also the economic consequences of slow growth. So it is necessary and important that we implement structural reforms with haste because of the economic benefits that they could unlock for society in general. The third pillar that I spoke to, in unpacking it a little bit more, is in relation to state capability, which is critically important for enabling better delivery of core functions and supporting economic activity and subsequently growth. For some time, efforts towards improving state capability have been focused on bettering individual skills through training programs. However, our view is that a capable state requires more than this. It also requires effective accountability arrangements, strategic goals, government systems, and state organizations. Some of the interventions that we're looking at to improve state capability include institutional reforms to improve the delivery of infrastructure, which I just spoke to in the scenario that was on the previous slide, as well as resourcing institutions like SARS to allow them to better be able to increase things like compliance revenue, all of which are critically important for fiscal health and subsequently macroeconomic stability, as well as implementing the early retirement initiative to rationalize and rejuvenate the public service to ensure that it's fit for purpose. In addition to this, digital transformation will provide critical support to service delivery as well as enhance state capability. The fourth and final pillar, as I spoke to, is infrastructure delivery, but I'll hand over to Edgar to speak to this and also reflect on the fiscal framework and some key questions that came up in this regard. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair, honorable members. Chair, through you, I'll go as quickly as I can. As the DG earlier, and we've also indicated now, a significant part of the message around the budget is the infrastructure investment for growth. That is a part of the Minister's presentation on March 12th. We have previously indicated the amounts allocated to public infrastructure. Of this amount, the budget that was tabled by the Minister adds 46.7 billion for infrastructure projects over the medium term. This is made possible to a significant extent, as the DG said, by the revenue increases, the revenue measures that are proposed in the budget, that we're able to use to put into this investment that will produce growth in the future. In addition to the funding side, there are other reforms that are being undertaken, which we have spoken to in chapter 1 of the budget review, whose details are there. And so I won't go into all of that now for the sake of time. I'll take it as read. In addition to that, we did indicate in the budget that we are continuing with the process to strengthen the budget process. But of course, given the events that have taken place in terms of the consultations that led to the postponement of the budget, there's obviously more work that needs to be done in this regard, and we're very much committed to doing that. And in addition to that, a long-term debt sustainability framework has been developed and is currently being refined, and we aim to provide updates on where we are with that at the time of the MTBPS. The reason this work is important is because it's meant to give a sense to Parliament and to the country of where we think on current policies over the long term, in other words, 10 years or even beyond, South Africa's debt trajectory is headed. And I think that'll be a very useful piece of work when we are able to publish it. And as I said, we'll provide an update at the time of the MTBPS. There were questions raised during the committee hearings in respect of the budget process around the consultation of the FFC. Honorable members, as everyone of course knows, the consultation process is governed by Section 10 of the Intergovernmental Relations Act. And in this regard, there is a submission requirement in there. We did make a submission to the FFC according to the timeline prior to the planned tabling of the budget on the 19th of February. And so, we consider that in this regard, the provisions of the Act were complied with. But of course, as I think the whole country knows, there was an unexpected and unforeseen postponement of the budget on the 19th of February. We made sure that as soon as, indeed, the day that the cabinet processes and those kinds of political conversations that were going on were concluded, we made the submission as soon as cabinet's decisions on the revised budget were made. So this is very, very important. We didn't delay in that regard. What's also very important is that there were no changes to the subnational division of revenue between February 19th and March 12th. In other words, the allocations to provinces and municipalities are precisely the same in respect of what was provided to the FFC at the beginning of February. The only change was Schedule 1 as it relates to the national sphere. So I think that's important. There were questions, again, about the pre-budget consultations. We want to remind Parliament and the country that South Africa continues to have one of the most transparent budget processes in the world, but we continue to work to improve it, and work is underway to design more opportunities for pre-budget consultation opportunities. A number of the people who are here as stakeholders who come to public hearings were actually in conversations or correspondence with the National Treasury prior to the budget. Not all of them, of course, but some of them indeed were. But we will continue to work to improve the process. Chair, I'm not going to spend too much time on this except to say that this is just to highlight to the committee and to stakeholders where we are in terms of how we see the key fiscal policy issues. There were questions around South Africa's debt and debt service costs rising. As we have indicated, both on numerous occasions in the past and in this budget, the current plan that was tabled by the Minister in March 12th in respect of the fiscal strategy keeps us on track in terms of the goals that were set as far back as 2020. So all of these years we've been keeping on track with that strategy of stabilizing debt. And as you can see with the the graph on the right-hand side, also stabilizing debt service costs and bringing it in line with nominal GDP. And these are the graphs that are in line with the proposal the minister tabled on March 12th. As Boipuso has indicated, as part of improving state capability, the additional allocations to SARS were announced, and these will be made available pending Parliament's decision and approval of the budget. And then, of course, there were questions around the contingency reserve. We've provided some response in that regard and how we assess it. We obviously consider that the contingency reserve needs to be bigger, but given the constraints that we face, and given the fact that there is this additional spending that that has been proposed, the contingency reserve over the next few years is going to gradually increase rather than increase immediately there. Now, with respect to the spending reviews, we do have a spending review process, and those processes actually started some time ago. The decisions around those processes, honorable members, it's important that we explain that spending reviews don't just produce savings by themselves. What they do is they highlight to political leadership the kinds of decisions that need to be made at upstream level, in other words, at the policy level, that will produce the savings downstream. And this is very important. It's about the policy choice. And so those political and policy trade-offs require strong political will. They involved, for example, closing things down. And closing things down, it's not just about a box somewhere that gets closed. It's about the people that work there that must be basically removed, retrenched, or whatever it is. So the decisions around these things are going to be difficult, and they need to be made at the political level. But that process is running, and we will obviously conclude it as soon as possible. And the minister has committed, of course, that in April there'll be a cabinet discussion on that, in which he will present these difficult choices for political leadership to make. This is just an outline in respect of the Democratic Republic of Congo, a deployment of South African National Defence Force servicemen and women. It is important to note in this regard that the Secretariat of SADC has not yet issued an official withdrawal communique. We were asked about this during the public hearings, and a detailed plan to the Department of Defence. However, the withdrawal of South African troops will incur, and this is important, costs related to the logistics, transport, and operational requirements. The National Treasury will work closely with the Department of Defence to assess the implications of a phased withdrawal, as well as this issue that I've highlighted of the official withdrawal communique. With respect to the COVID-19 Social Relief of Distress Grant, yes, as this was part of the question, but yes, it's been extended by a further year, but there are provisional allocations that are within the fiscal framework that cover us in this regard over the 3 years. But for all intents and purposes, it's been extended 35.2 billion for 25-26, inclusive of administration. The costs of the social relief of distress are over 35 billion rands per annum. But of course, if a decision, again, this is a political decision, that it must become permanent, these costs could rise to 171 billion rands by the beginning of the next decade. We consider that the fiscus cannot afford these large increases without permanent large tax increases as well in order to pay for it. And of course, there is at the same time this process of reviewing the social relief of distress at the same time that we review the active labor market policies and how those two things work together. There was a question around SACU payments and whether or not they are sustainable. We've noted that they've grown significantly, rapidly, in fact, in recent years. In 25-26, these payments will amount to 73.6 billion rands to our customs union partners, and they are projected to rise, reaching 91 billion in 27-28. There are ongoing processes and discussions about the revenue sharing formula, which is used to divide these. Of course, it is important for honorable members to, and for all of us to understand that a number of our neighbors, particularly Lesotho, Swaziland, Eswatini, and others, their budgets are funded to a very large extent by SACU revenues. So if the South African government decided to reduce those revenues, we have to think about how what that means in terms of their budget. So there are trade-offs in this regard that also have to be considered. But it is true that, of course, we transfer a lot of the money, but that's an issue we have to discuss. But I also think that from an industrial policy perspective, it also needs to be borne in mind that the reason why we make these transfers is because we've agreed with these countries that they're not going to have industrial policies effectively of their own. So it's a customs union. We collect all of the customs on their behalf, and any change to that arrangement will mean that they collect it, and of course they can then make other decisions, including on tariffs, which they currently are not making. Just headed towards a close, there were questions around employment programs. There is a review, as I indicated, of government's active labor market ecosystem, which has been completed by the National Treasury and the Presidency with support by GTEC, and the outcomes of this review will be part of the cabinet presentation that the minister will do. There was a question around SMME support. The Department of Small Business Development is allocated 2.1 billion rands to support about 120,000 competitive small businesses, particularly those owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities in marginalized areas such as townships and rural regions. And in addition, government has allocated 313.7 million rands over the medium term for the establishment of new micro, small, and medium enterprises there. There were questions around the funding strategy. Honorable members, we provide very comprehensive details in this regard in Chapter 7 of the budget review. And as always, we obviously would refer both members and stakeholders and members of the public to these details. And I won't go through each of these lengthy bullet points. Suffice it to simply say that we have very specific and transparent benchmarks for how we manage our debt, as well as the funding strategy over the MTEF is provided very clearly and very transparently. This includes the Eskom debt relief program and how that's being managed. There's a table there, table 7.2, which outlines the details. But in addition to that, we also provide information like we did at the time of the 2024 budget on things like the GFECRA settlement. So that information is provided there. Let me conclude by indicating that National Treasury will continue to consider all recommendations from stakeholders, including for future budget cycles, so we welcome them. The 2025 budget reaffirms government's commitment to raising living standards, growth, and stabilizing debt. And finally, the budget includes significant investment in growth-enhancing infrastructure, supporting job creation, and maintaining a growth-friendly fiscal policy. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Edgar. I don't see Honorable Masongane. I hope that National Treasury. Chairperson, are you there?
Yes. You can proceed. Let me indicate that to the meeting that sorry for not apologizing for you at the beginning, that you were busy with public works at Acacia. So now that you are here, you can proceed. Thanks, Honorable Ndlovu.
Thanks, Doctor. And I also want to, I think we are done with the response from the National Treasury. Can we now allow the SARS to provide the responses? Thanks very much.
Good morning, honorable chairs and members, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm joined by the SARS executives, the deputy commissioners, and various of the executives, and we would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to supplement the response by National Treasury, and in particular to drill down on some of the questions that that the members in the public hearing have posed. So this is just a very high-level outline of the issues we will cover, and in covering these issues, we believe that we would have responded to the questions and comments raised in the public hearings. We also would like to just thank those who have contributed towards public hearings and value the inputs that we. This slide just shows how we have taken the responses and themed it around our funding, around the broad area of compliance and areas of non-compliance, potentially a short response on tax changes, and there was a number of questions around our response and engagement with taxpayers, so we will cover that as well. But to just give context, chairs and members, our message has been consistent that SARS is a national treasure and should be funded as such, because ultimately, without a well-functioning revenue and customs administration, our democracy will essentially be unfunded. And we will hold this message clear as the current custodians of this important institution of our democracy. Because ultimately, everything we do is about the transformational impact that we have on the lives of our people. And as the last week and this morning's responses by Treasury and ourselves, ultimately, the biggest beneficiaries of the work we do are the vulnerable among us who cannot do what wealthy people and privileged people can do. I think it's also important that the public understands that our explicit intention is driven by three clear objectives. Two of those objectives are service-oriented, and it is about helping taxpayers understand their obligations. It is about making the fulfillment of those obligations easy, whilst at the same time, SARS has an important obligation to manage the risk to the fiscus by instance of non-compliance, as unfortunately we have and find in our system. When we therefore unpack, firstly, the funding, the question was a number of questions linked to the clarity around SARS funding, and I would like to invite our CFO, Mr. Skalk Himan, to take the committee very quickly through our current funding status. Also do that in relation to the growth in our case load.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning to the chairpersons and all members in attendance. A very relevant question is about the funding and the relevance thereof of SARS with regards to its mandate. Originally in 2014-15, a budget cut of approximately R1 billion had to be effected, and like many organs of state, SARS had to reprioritize its work. But this has been exacerbated by the fact that workloads have consistently increased, and as members would imagine, doing more with less has a long-term impact. Our staffing has subsequently reduced over the years with approximately 3,000 people, and the headcount has reduced significantly with 22% reduction in the workforce due to the budget constraints. Unfortunately, honorable members, this results in significant compromises to uphold service standards and to maintain the collection effort. But despite those constraints, we are pleased to confirm to you that there has been a consistent increase in our gross revenue collection, that we have been able to increase refunds at 9.8% over this term, and that net revenue has grown, as been reported consistently. The graph on the screen is a very visual description of the tax revenue versus cost ratios. And what's noteworthy is that around 2008, the ratio was at 1.2%, and unfortunately has been diluted to just about 0.7%. Ideally, this rate should be about 1.2% and was originally recommended as such by the CATS Commission way back. I'd like to conclude on this point, Commissioner, the point being that investment mindset towards organization like SARS would be very useful to optimize collection capability. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Schalk. And I think just to build on that last point is SARS should really be seen as an investment center and not a cost center. And investment centers are expected to have positive returns on those investments. And I think, honorable chairs and members, the committee should hold us accountable for the investment that you make in SARS, but at the same time, understand the implications of an underinvestment in SARS. By our own estimate, the current underfunding of SARS is at least 3 billion for the current year and 12 billion over the MTEF year. And I will speak in a moment to the additional funding of 2.5 billion that the minister has allocated to SARS. But we would make the plea that very quickly we restore the cost to revenue ratio of SARS to at least 1%. And when we have a high investment period, even as high as 1.2%. This was the insight that the CATS Commission already highlighted in the interim report when SARS was established. So where are the areas, therefore, that the underfunding impacts directly on? Firstly, we cannot address the proliferation of tax and financial crime, and unfortunately, the very same technology and resources that benefits honest businesses also empowers and embraces criminals to defraud the system. And so we see, and this, by the way, is not a South African phenomena, Honourable Chair and members, it is a global phenomena that crime is no longer perpetrated only by a few individuals, but there are complex, highly industrialized, organized criminal syndicates across borders. And we cannot address that as we would address a single instance of non-compliance. The degree of intelligence, the degree of forensic analysis, the degree of use of technology and artificial intelligence is enormous. And unless we invest in this, we are really just touching the surface. Similarly, large businesses, through aggressive tax planning and base erosion practices, very often minimize the amount of tax, and I'll share with you some of that instances later on. Wealthy people have the means to arrange their affairs so that it masks the true nature of their wealth. Our ports of entry across the whole of government, Honourable Chair and members, are woefully retarded in the investment. They are decades old. We have not had significant investment, and we cannot continue to believe that we can manage the flow of goods and travelers across our borders with the backward level of investment in technology. So it is on our list of things to do, given funding requirements. We will speak specifically around the growing stock of outstanding debt and returns, which holds value for the fiscus, and then also introducing more certainty into the system and what we call leverage products. So where then are the opportunities to improve the administrative efficiencies and effectiveness, and to what extent can that improve the revenue outcome for the fiscal framework? And we have been consistent in saying that government must invest in order to collect the revenue that is already due, even as it considers what additional taxes and tax policy adjustments to make. And these two things go hand in hand. So you've heard a lot, and there has been understandably questions around the 800 billion that we use. I would like to just again remind the committee where this comes from. So this is how we talk about our opportunity landscape. Our current level of compliance is in the mid 65%. Compare this to some countries like the Nordic countries, where the level of compliance is above 90%. This means that there is under recovery of what is due to the fiscus, given our current set of policy instruments. Committees such as the Davis Tax Committee and other theoretical studies, they give a range of between 300 to 500 billion of undercollected of tax gap. And this could include anything from not registering or arbitraging the current system. We have on our inventory 54 million outstanding returns, and we add a value of about 1,500 rand per outstanding return. A debt book that is not disputed but under recovered of about 422 billion, and debt that is currently in dispute of 107 billion. And so when we estimate 700 to 800 billion under recovery, it is this kind of reference data that informs that assessment. And I want to just say here, honorable chairs and committee members, that we do not believe that all of this is recoverable. But even if we have a 30% success at recovering this, we are still talking of more than 200 to 250 billion rand that the state could add to its coffers if these issues were adequately addressed. SARS itself did its own tax gap assessment in 2024, updating the earlier database. And this gives you a sense of where we believe there is under recovery, and this excludes customs. This year, we will enrich this this tax gap study of SARS by also completing and adding the customs, and you can see this then will bring you a number well north of 500 billion rand. So when we do a tax reconciliation, the light green is the revenue that SARS recovers when a taxpayer makes a voluntary payment as is required by a provisional payment, paying over VAT that they have collected on behalf of SARS, or paying into SARS the pay-as-you-earn that they've deducted. So these are agency contractual agreements between taxpayers and the fiscus, and this brings in 1.48 trillion. And I'm using last year's numbers because, as you all know, we are currently wrapping up this year's numbers, and we'll make an announcement of our revenue results on Tuesday next week on the 1st of April, which means that our gross under recovery is just over 1 trillion rand, or 42% of our revenue. The SARS compliance program, which is discrete actions that we do to recover debt, to follow up outstanding returns, to conduct audits and verifications, yields a further 261 billion, which then reduces the under recovery to about 32%, or 800 billion, as we had earlier verified against those discrete data sets. So what then does our compliance program do, and how will we use the additional funding? Because when we talk about a compliance program, It is the program of work that SARS crafts every year, against which we deploy our resources in order to administer the laws that we're required to administer, and through that harvest efficiency gains which would otherwise not be in the fiscus. I want to just say we have divided this into two themes. The first theme is reducing the balance sheet, and that's the debt inventory and the outstanding return inventory. And then that's where the 2 billion this year will go to. And the tax gap themes, which is the list that's on the screen, which is where we will begin to make the investment of the 500 million that is allocated in this year's allocation, as Treasuries had early alluded to. We also are clear which sectors we want to focus on, and in each sector, which we believe are the tax products that needs to be focused on. Let me hand over to Deputy Commissioner Johnson Makubu, who will take you through the debt recovery program.
Thank you, Commissioner, and greetings to the honorable chairs and the members. As we have reported in the past, in the current year, we have taken an approach to debt with the view of recovering debt that is in default. And we have taken some insights from this work to try and guide how we can move forward. In the current year, we have employed a ring-fenced 850 or so resources that we brought into the organization and trained. Those resources in the past 15 months have costed SARS around 318 million rands. This is money that would have come through from the initial 1 billion rands that the minister had allocated to SARS. These colleagues worked just shy of 620,000 cases and have generated 25.2 billion rands that will form the base of this year when we close the financial year going into the 31st of March 2025. So in our view, this project gives us an insight of what is possible, the realm of the possible, and we are building on this experience and insight as we move forward into the new financial year, answering the question, how much do we think we can be able to raise as we move forward, taking the learnings that we have experienced in this regard. We therefore want to focus utilizing the additional money that has been given to sustain the work that is in the base that we've done this year, but also to accelerate it in terms of the number of people that we have from the 858 people to 2,500 people. We are hard at work currently recruiting these resources. We believe that they will be ready to come into the system invariably from the 1st of April. Going forward, they will require some training and some orientation. We have an ambition to collect through the additional resources around 5.6 billion rands per month. It will take us around 3 months to ramp up. Again, I'm sure the committee can imagine that there is a learning curve and the ramp up that we need to go through. Our view is that with a 75% confidence level, we should be able to collect around 4.25 billion per month. We attach a confidence level because as we engage taxpayers, they've got certain rights and they may start to dispute the debt that was originally not disputed, and that will create some lag in terms of the recovery. Our view is that we can be able in the year 25-26 to generate anything between 20 billion rands and 50 billion rands. And we believe that in the outer 2 years of the MTEF, that range would hold as we move forward. I'll hand back to the Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson. And just to make the point that that prediction of a range between 20 and 50 billion assumes that the investment will be sustained at 2 billion rand per year. What is currently in Treasury's allocation is 1 billion a year. But the Minister has said that we can re-engage him and that there is an opportunity to look at the outer years again. And also, obviously, build confidence around this. I want to just also share where else. So the debt recovery is a short-term focus that we believe will yield revenue immediately using a 3-month ramp-up period. What we then say is, over the medium term, there are other things we can do, provided the investment. Requires more time and a significant investment in modernization, but also in skills and competencies at SARS. And this speaks to the initial 500 million that is allocated. And again, we'll use the next few weeks and months to engage the Minister and our colleagues at Treasury to see how this can also be adjusted upwards. So I'm going to share just 3 use cases. These are all, so none of these are theoretical. They are use cases with evidence that underpin them. The first use case is we have, for administrative purposes, because we have limited resources, taken a threshold approach and said below a certain threshold, provided a salary earner has a standard income with a single employer, because it is payroll administered, that we will accept the administration by the employer, and that those employees will not be required to file. Unfortunately, what happens is people's status changes. They have other forms of income beyond just their employment. And so we've had to build, again, using data science, AI, and machine learning. We have gone through our universe of individuals who are not required to file. We also then collect data from third-party sources, and we have uncovered in the first pass, and I say first pass because we believe there's more opportunity beyond what we've already initially uncovered, 115,000 taxpayers who on our record are not required to file, but we then correlate this to economic activities, looking at financial flows in their bank accounts, looking at their assets on our asset registers like the deeds office, the vehicle register and other registers. We cross-correlate and say, but these people actually, in their income declared is below, but actually their economic activity, their wealth is not explained by their income. And so from this, in the initial pass, we identified and audited just over 54,000 with an assessment value of 5.5 billion rand. But committee members have to understand, these are not people who welcome us with an open door. When we come to them, they don't say, well, we're so happy you found us. In fact, on the contrary, they dispute, they fight back. And so the time and the effort that is required is inordinate. To date, from this case study, we have collected 1.36 billion rand, but we believe if we can scale this up, we can do so much more. But again, we are constrained because we do not have the money to scale this up. The second use case are taxpayers that are not on our register. Here again, the same predictive modeling capability that we have built using data science and AI have picked up players and actors in the society who have economic activity using the same data sources of the asset registers and the bank flows. And we have detected 36, again, this is the initial detection, 36,000 individuals who have economic activities of at least 1 million rand and assets that are not explained, and they are not registered. It clearly can't be right. And so from this, we have raised almost 30 billion of assessment, but these taxpayers dispute us. They have the resources to fight us. We obviously have to do this within the rights that the taxpayers have. So it takes time, it takes engagement, and we've only been able to collect 140 million from that. But again, we believe if we can scale this work up, there is significant under-collected revenue that belongs to the fiscus that we do not have the ability to harvest. The third use case is VAT. Now, the committee we would have heard us say this before, that VAT is one of the tax types that is most open to abuse. Firstly, we have, in the past year, we have to process just over 4.5 million VAT returns, and every return has to be assessed to make sure that the refund that people claim are in fact due to them. And as far as that, we also know from the tax gap that there's almost 2 billion rand of VAT that is expressed through the tax gap, 198 to 200 billion that is expressed as a under recovery in this regard. This is a very useful slide that shows, so members will know that there is a statutory rate and then there is the effective rate. The effective rate is what we actually collect relative to the effective rate. And you can see there that from an effective rate perspective, notwithstanding the fact that the rate increased from 14 to 15%, that the effective rate has not really shifted significantly. In fact, it continues to muddle along around the 10%. But I also want to just share with the committee members, this has to be seen in the context of the administrative practice and the practice between Treasury and SARS. So when I arrived at SARS in 2019, I recognized a practice that had come about between National Treasury and SARS that managed the cash flow of refunds flowed out and limited it to 1.5 billion. That would have meant that there is a time lap between the recognition of a refund and the flow out of that refund. We then challenged that practice and addressed it, and you will have seen in the graph represented by Treasury that in October 2019 there was a significant increase in the VAT refunds, and it was addressing a former practice. The other area that I think is important as context is that whenever there is a rate increase in any of the taxes, there is a shift in compliance behavior, because taxpayers will find ways to minimize the tax that they pay, and some of those are permissible in law. Like, for example, in corporate income tax, there is accelerated depreciation and other provisions and incentives. Those are permissible, but sadly, many taxpayers border on tax evasion in order to minimize the actual pay. So that's how the important study between statutory tax rates and effective tax rates comes out. It was one of the questions, and we thought this also gives some insight to the committee members. Then what we have done also, we have realized the proliferation of abuse by companies who register for no other purpose than to get refunds. There are ghost employees or directors rather, who register for VAT, even though it's not statutory required. And so there are various practices which has meant that in the last 5 years, we have really ramped up our data science and AI work to detect fraud and impermissible refunds. Just last year, in the VAT category, we were able to retain over 50 billion rand of additional revenue, which would have flown back into the system had we not done this work. And our current estimate is that this work of fraud risk detection on refund systems over the 5 years, excluding this year, has already yielded over 370 billion rand to the fiscus, which would have flown out as refunds. And again, it simply just says administrative efficiencies, when properly invested in, will yield significant revenue outcomes, positive revenue outcomes for the fiscus. This is a similar view of CIT. Here I have to just say that, and on another day we can unpack this further, But the message to say here is actually, if you look at 1994, where our statutory rate was 35%, our effective rate was below 6%. Many things had to happen here. There's a lot of engagement between SARS and the Minister of Finance at the time and business, particularly in the financial industry, to unwind certain structures. And over time, the effective tax rate improved, even as the statutory rate came down. And we can see that in 2019-20, again, we had a nice step up in the effective tax rate of businesses. I have to just make the point that if we look at large corporates, more organized, more effective and capable tax departments, your effective tax rate tend to be between 18 and 24%, whereas smaller businesses and companies, your effective tax rate is closer to the 10, and in some instances even lower percent. So we also have to look at the effective tax rate through the lens of different sizes of companies. PIT tax rate is probably another example of the dividend that the investment in technology and modernization has yielded. PIT was the one area where we really focused on modernization for the last 2 decades, and you can see how the effective tax rates has improved over the years, where currently the average tax rate is about 22%, because the range is from about 18% at the lower end to 45% at the marginal end. But you can see the yield, that the dividend that has come about because of the investment. Imagine if we were able to invest similarly in the other tax products, how that would yield a positive dividend to the fiscus. Other areas that require beyond VAT is case management. Our case management system is now 20 years old and requires significant upgrading, especially since the emergence of data science and AI and other agentification of work. Debt management is currently a really immature debt management system that requires a lot of manual work and construction of various data sets, which could be modernized over the next few years. Our customs and excise is an area of huge concern, and then we are looking towards the automation of routine work, which we believe can yield significant releasing of resources, but also improvement of our service to taxpayers whilst managing the risk to the fiscus. So we are entering the age of AI, which is what we call Modernization 3.0. And the programs I'm going to share with you now are largely unfunded. So we need to prepare our staff, because you can't build a Rolls Royce and your staff is able to drive a small little, let me pick the car I drove when I was 18 years old, which was a Volkswagen Beetle. You can't then build a Rolls Royce and expect an Edward Kiswe to drive that car. We're working with Home Affairs and the Reserve Bank to look towards a digital identity system, because the integrity of both entities but also individuals is unique to try and minimize corruption in the system. At the moment, people arbitrage various systems of identity. The ability to view a taxpayer more comprehensively than what we currently are, and then modernizing the case management system. Moving from a reactive declaration-based compliance model to a more proactive entity-based compliance model is important. Working with the Reserve Bank at an instant payment system, modernizing that administration and modernizing customs and excise. We will engage the Minister on these to see how we can accelerate some of these endeavors, because the 500 million that we currently have in the base will mean that this will take many years and delay the dividends that could be yielded from this. There were various questions as we wrap up, Chair. I will hand over to Frans Thomasek, who is the head of Legal and Policy, working very closely with Treasury colleagues to respond to some of these issues.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning to honourable chairs and members. So the one aspect that was raised related to SARS seeking to collect monies, and the decision was made that was done in an overly aggressive manner. So the point to be made here is that the Tax Administration Act provides for specified processes that we must follow. And a lot of those are automated so that you cannot, in fact, step outside of those processes. We also have a clear distinction between the staff who are risk profiling and the staff who are actually doing verifications and audits, so that we have separation of duties there, so that there shouldn't be any issues around who is being selected for audit there or verification. Those are clear. And most importantly, I think the point must be made that SARS expects staff to engage with taxpayers in a fair and courteous manner. And I think that was recognized by the commentator who made this point, that if that doesn't happen, SARS's senior management clearly takes it as a very serious issue. So what happens if the processes aren't properly followed? Again, the Tax Administration Act provides for a number of mechanisms to address that, which start with an engagement with management at SARS, but go through to the tax ombud, alternative dispute resolution, or at the end of the processes, even a court to address the issues. What we do need to flag, though, is that equally taxpayers are expected to provide accurate and truthful information to SARS, and it's really helpful if taxpayers respond to us. Sometimes people deal with SARS the way they deal with an unwelcome creditor. They try to ignore us, and it doesn't work with the unwelcome creditor. It doesn't work with SARS. If you ignore us, we continue to take action. And just to flag up something, and Deputy Commissioner Makubu can probably speak to this in much more detail than I can, but in those initial not required to file an unregistered taxpayers work that SARS has been doing, taxpayers can be quite upset when we ask them to explain how they reconcile their quite significant economic activity with the rather modest tax returns that they are providing us, or the fact that they're not providing us with a tax return at all. Then there were some issues around the VAT rate increase and the additional zero-rated food items. The one deals with the transition. So we'd just like to flag that SARS has already issued a pocket guide and a comprehensive set of FAQs that try to deal with the practical issues that various vendors are going to be experiencing, so that they can deal with them. Some of those practical steps would assist in managing the transition and reducing compliance costs. So we trust those would be helpful. And there is a comprehensive communication campaign that SARS is looking to launch in 2025, April of 2025. There were some comments around the specific wording in the draft legislation. I think Treasury has already made this point, but that draft legislation has been published. It's open for public comment until the 31st of March, and it is our intention to issue revised draft legislation in the week of 6th of April, so that any last tweaks around the zero ratings can be looked at by businesses that will be implementing them. Thanks.
Thank you, Frans. So, honourable chairs, members, I hope that we have adequately responded to the questions that was asked, but we are happy to provide further responses should there be a need during the rest of the session. Nkosi kakhulu.
Inkosi, Commissioner. Thanks very much. I think now we will afford the minister's opportunity to also do his comment on the presentation. Honourable Minister.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm not going to say much. I think the teams have covered most of the stuff in detail. I just emphasize a couple of points. The first one is the consultation with the FFC, because I'm directly involved there. Before the budget, which was supposed to be tabled on the 19th, we had a consultation at the FFC offices. I personally attended that meeting at the FFC offices. What In that meeting, we found the chair, one commissioner, and the staff. And therefore, we didn't table that budget as indicated. There were no changes insofar as provinces and municipalities. But we took an extra step after there was a kind of more concrete proposal we're going to take to Parliament to arrange a meeting. In this instance, a virtual meeting. Deputy Minister Sarupen can confirm he was waiting for almost half an hour without a response from the FFC. What I'm trying to say is that there's no intention on our part not to do the consultation process with institutions such as the FFC. The second point I want to emphasize is the spending reviews. Spending reviews requires a couple of things, because it requires the political heads, once they are aware of what has been produced, to begin to act in the appropriate way. But some of them will take time to implement. Let me give you an example. One of the spending reviews says we're spending about 45% above market price on our rentals. If we were to say, okay, let's take that spending review, will that spending review, if we were to deal with it effectively, give us money in the next 3 months? The answer is no. It's not that I underestimate Minister McPherson's capability. It's just he's going to face a resistance, because it may well be ending up in court to change that environment. It's going to take a time. So what I'm trying to say is that to put all our eggs on what we call spending reviews, that they'll give us money in the next 3 months, is not as easy as people are saying. The third point, even if we're to derive savings from the Defence Force withdrawal from DRC, it does not automatically mean that money must be moved away from the Defence Force. As we have indicated in the past, that the Defence Force has been underfunded for years. Among other things, for instance, the point we've been making is that when the Defence Force has almost lost about 47 billion rand between 2008 and 2023. So its base has been eroded. So to think that that money must try to correct the Defence Force base, which has been eroded. The second set of issues, the last point, is that the DA made an unusual step and came here and made a lot of accusations, one of which is growth and consultation. Let me just say, after the postponement of the 19th, the president set up a small team, which included the leader of the DA, under the chairmanship of the deputy president. We met on several occasions, and we generated 5 options. Option 1 was the DA proposal. What are the elements of option 1? Option 1 was no tax relief in our bracket clip. And their number at the time was 16.5 billion. An increase on the fuel levy, their number was 4 billion. Medical credits, 1.5 billion. Alcohol and related matters, 1 billion. That was their proposal, option 1. Now, to suggest, as they do, that they do not want any other increases is inaccurate. What we did, we were given an opportunity by cabinet to go and look at all those proposals and come up with a workable proposal, a solution, either one of them or a combination. What we then did was to put a combination of what was called option 1 and option 4. Option 4 was 0.5% now and 0.5% in the next financial year. Now, where is the DA on 0.5? The DA has sent a letter to the president accepting 0.5 in exchange for things which are outside the budget, like the Expropriation Act and so on and so on. Why am I making this statement, Chair? Is that we are more than happy to interact with Parliament and discuss the modalities if there are any changes in the budget, and that those changes be confined to a debate about the budget. We accept that the Parliament has got authority to amend the budget, but we would plead that the matters be focused on how to make this budget efficient. And in this regard, we're approaching this thing with an open mind, and we'll accept your guidance in this regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, I think this issue of FFC and the National Treasury, it needs serious discussions, because we cannot allow a situation whereby there is an accusation and counter accusations of saying we consulted, others are saying we didn't consult. But I think it's something that needs to be looked at the later stage. I'm now going to give the stakeholders an opportunity to respond or comment on the response by the FFC and the National Treasury, including the Minister. Can I now give Kosatu?
Sure. No, good morning, Chair, and good morning, Minister members. I think just to raise our key kind of views as Kosatu Chair. Look, I think first, number one is about avoiding extremes, avoiding a return to austerity budget cuts, which have really hurt the state, and also avoiding a temptation to increase taxes, which hurt the poor. We really hope at the final process to see a progressive budget, which does rebuild the state, grow the economy, create jobs, and also improve tax collection. We also want to say, Chair, that I think all of us are missing a very important point that the Minister for Finance made about assisting him to move away from austerity budget cuts. I think that really is a critical thing if we're to rebuild the state. Chair, I think on the expenditure front, on the many positive things that we applaud as COSATU that we have campaigned for, rebuilding frontline services, filling critical vacancies, the public service wage agreement to protect nurses and doctors, etc. A very significant injection on infrastructure, especially around economic infrastructure. Chair, we do want to appreciate, the relief items provided for the poor, whether it's adjusting social grants above inflation, the VAT exemptions, the fuel price freeze, and I think also the commitment to finalize the next phase of the two-part pension reforms, and of course, similarly expansion of public employment programs. So those are good things, Chair, which we want to support and applaud. And I think we're also quite pleased, Chair, that whilst we have not resolved the total SARS refunding needed, there's a significant additional allocations which I think are going to help improve tax collection. We are dismayed, Chair, on one expenditure item of not adjusting the SOT grant for inflation. That is a very small amount, Chair, of about 1.5 billion. We can't understand for the life of us why we would not, in a budget 2.4 trillion rand, at least give them inflationary protection. Chair, on the expenditure options, we do think there is a need for further discussions with the DFIs around shouldering some of the burden on economic infrastructure investments, and similarly with the DFIs and the CETAs and the NSF around shouldering the cost of some of the public employment and training programs, and also to do a thorough comprehensive review of the budget and also audit of ghost posts where we think might be some in the state. Chair, this is quickly on the revenue front. Our opposition to a VAT hike or not adjusting PIT brackets for low and middle income workers is that they're already drowning in debt. They're already struggling to survive. We do want to hope that Parliament would look at reversing those and to see if we cannot increase taxes upon the wealthy through PIT, inheritance, estate, luxury goods. To see if we cannot give some space for SARS to improve tax compliance and also to expedite engagement with the Reserve Bank around the JIFRECA support. Then I think just lastly, Chair, on the way forward, what we don't want to see is that come the 2nd of April, we don't have a budget. We think that we'll be entering very dangerous territory for the state, and of course for its commitments to funding social grants, funding frontline workers, etc. We do think, Chair, there's really just a need to do 3 things. The issue of the VAT hike, the PIT adjustments, the issue of perhaps getting the wealthy to pay a fairer share, and of course just to adjust the SOD grant. But I think, Chair, we would not want to see come next week that we don't have a budget passed. We should not be entering such dangerous territory. And honestly, Chair, we're only looking at an amount of about 1% of the total budget. And we think surely within the remaining few days, Parliament, government should be able to find the final solution. But thanks so much, Chair. Hope we didn't take too much time. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, members.
Thanks, Comrade Matthew. Breadline Africa.
Morning, everyone. So I think firstly, we have to recognize the positives, and the President has acknowledged the neglect of ECD in South Africa. The 7th administration has committed to universalizing ECD, and the increases in per child per day ECD subsidy. I mean, these are great starts, as well as the 10 billion that's been invested into the sector. I do think that there are some critical gaps, and that the budget focus on economic growth, not human capital in specific. And the current budget increase largely benefits the older children and ECD centers. And I think our focus needs to be on the 0 to 3 age groups. Investing in human capital early will double our growth and return on investment later. So there's 4 key calls of action that I can pick out immediately, and that's expand the funding on ECD to cover comprehensive nurturing care, especially for children aged 0 to 3. Provide clear guidelines and funding to local governments for fulfilling ECD's responsibilities. Strengthen funding modalities and systems to now allow NGOs to participate in ECD delivery at scale, and recognize human capital development as a fiscal and developmental priority alongside economic growth. Another aspect I think that's not brought up is that grade R is now compulsory, and many schools across the country do not have one space for grade R, do not have the infrastructure, and do not have the resources, as in teachers, to accommodate this compulsory change to the system. And this will obviously fall back onto ECD sector, where grade R is currently being housed. So I just want to thank you for your time, and thank you for recognizing.
Thank you. Breadline Africa, PEP.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and we'd like to thank the Minister, the SARS Commissioner, the DG and his team for the thoroughgoing responses. We appreciate it's been a difficult time for you with the 2 budgets. As PEP, we are concerned about the implications for governance, for nation building, for state building, and for service delivery from the inability of Cabinet to adopt the budget. And so we are concerned, like the other speakers have noted, and hope that this can be quickly resolved in the interest of all South Africans. And in the same vein, we as the Public Economy Project have been noting the concerns on budget credibility, including the over-reliance on provisional allocations, and that's a point we've been making. If I may just make one quick point for Treasury to respond if there's capacity for that, but in the Feb version of the budget, which was not tabled, Treasury proposed a 2 percentage point increase in VAT, strong above inflation increases to social grants, full inflation relief for lower income tax brackets, and partial for the other brackets. In your assessment, the Treasury, comparing that package to this package, which was tabled in March, would you say that package was better for growth, less aggressive, less harmful than the current suite of measures that you proposed? So we'd like your thoughts on that, and perhaps an opportunity for Cabinet to reflect on the counterfactual. Thank you.
Thanks very much. PEP, that was quick. Amandla Mobi.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and good morning. The responses by National Treasury are acknowledged. Honourable Chair, we just want to reiterate that even with all the attempts to zero rate, to increase grants with amounts above inflation, we are still very concerned that The majority in this country remain in poverty even with this budget. And so we appeal to National Treasury to start making plans to actually be serious about considering taxing the wealthy, because it is possible. It is very possible. And just increase the SRD grant and start working on making it permanent in a form of a basic income grant, because the SRD, as we all know, has played a critical role in putting food on the table for millions of people in South Africa. And so it just cannot remain as it is. It needs to be increased. And so we need plans, we need decisive plans that will show that National Treasury is actually willing to lift poverty in this country and implement the basic income grant. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Amanda Mobi. Your contribution is noted. Hiela?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to National Treasury and SARS for the response this morning. Treasury mentioned that the increased, to mitigate the impact of increasing the VAT, they've increased the old age child support and disability grants above inflation. However, child support grant was increased by 30 Rand, which brings us to 560, but this is still far below the food poverty line of 760 Rand. And they use the old age grant as it stands, it's 2,315 Rand, which is also far below the food basket, which was presented in the presentation by the JEBD organization. And they've increased the old age grant to 132, take that into consideration. However, they did not include factor in things like electricity will increase due as well as transport. And then on the HPL, National Treasury mentioned that while the HPL has shown some effectiveness and broader food environment reforms are needed to significantly impact non-communicable diseases. And ironically enough, this is the same argument which the sugar industry uses, but by not increasing the HPL and expanding it to include fruit juices, the levy's effectiveness is decreased, and effectiveness on NCDs and healthcare costs. And the World Health Organization's acceleration plan to stop obesity prioritizes SSB's taxation to prevent obesity. And with the current rate of 1 in 3 women, 1 in 5, and 1 in 8 children being obesity, this is critical. The Sugar Master Plan was released in 2020, apologies. And by now, they have not shown any movement or any progress in the restructuring of the industry. So I don't know how giving them more time will give them, does not necessarily mean that they will do anything else. But this is coming at a cost of people's health and the country's economy. And by also delaying the expansion of the 100% fruit juices is also affecting the impact of the HPL. Thank you very much.
Budget Justice.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And we thank the stakeholders for presenting. I'll just want to note 6 points, Chair, and some have been raised by our partners. When it comes to the VAT increase, we maintain that a VAT hike would be regressive, would disproportionately impact the poor and low-income households. And as has been acknowledged, a zero rating will not sufficiently shield the poor. And this is especially considering the cost of goods that are not covered, particularly the price of electricity and other basic services. And so we reject this increase, and we urge committee members to seriously consider it in their amendments. When it comes to the SRD, there has been an emphasis on that its continuation is going to be reviewed based on active labor market policies. And we believe that this is a false dichotomy, because the SRD and social protection more broadly should play a complementary role in alleviating hunger And so social protection and employment programs are equally important. And it's not correct that we should see the SRSD's continuation based on sorry for that.
Apologies, Budget Justice. Honourable members, can we please, and our stakeholders, can we please mute ourselves, or Ngulileko, can you please control the system there? Thank you.
Can I continue, Chair?
Yes. Apologies. You can
Thanks,
continue.
Chair. The third point is around increased income inequality. We believe that this hasn't been sufficiently considered when the National Treasury has presented that the scope to increase personal income tax has been reached, given that South Africa is one of the highest income inequality countries in the world. And so we shouldn't necessarily compare ourselves to countries that have lower inequality and higher employment compared to South Africa. And so given the presentation that has been shared, in particular the decrease in effective rates that have been paid in personal income, we believe that there's still scope to improve the progressivity of personal income tax. In terms of the wealth tax, Chair, we believe that there needs to be more robust work presented in terms of how it would be implemented in South Africa. The capacity that SARS actually requires, as has been presented, there's still an underfunding in terms of implementing this tax. It's simply not enough to say that it's administratively complex and difficult to implement, considering that there has been resources such as the UN Model Tax Law Guide, which is available to policymakers to consider in terms of implementing this tax. So we feel that this needs to be brought to this committee with the actual revenue estimates and the capacity that is required for it to be implemented in South Africa. And then last two issues, Chair. There was an omission of IFI lending transparency. You may remember that stakeholders presented last year that there be a public and a parliamentary oversight, in particular in terms of the IFI lending that is done, as well as the interest rates and the conditionalities attached to it. And so we would like a response on that issue in terms of the progress and how it will be brought to Parliament. And then lastly, Chair, in terms of the time that we've been allocated, we feel that the Chair needs to reconsider whether or not 2 minutes is enough to respond and actually present a robust engagement to the various issues that has been presented. We feel that this is not enough to actually flesh out some of the evidence that we have at our disposal and refute some of the false claims and, in some cases, the evidence that has been omitted in presenting the response to stakeholders. So we urge the Chair and the committee at large to please consider this for future engagement and possibly consider setting up a separate slot where stakeholders can present fully and respond to the responses by SARS and National Treasury. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Your comment is noted. Democratic Alliance.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you, the National Treasury SARS. As I mentioned in our submission earlier on this week, we remain committed to negotiating with our partners in the GNU to be able to find progress on the budget. But this must not come at the expense of growth-enhancing measures. And I think this is the important point, which is actually raised in Treasury's presentation itself, and particularly on slide 25, where there is a reference towards difficult policy trade-offs needing to be made, and the political will required in order to make those trade-offs. And I think all along the way, the approach that we have taken is to say we find ourselves in a fiscally constrained environment, a low growth environment. My apologies, Chair. I got kicked off the meeting. Where did I stop?
Can you continue, Honourable Member?
Sure. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. As I was saying, Honourable Chairperson, the concern which we raised was around growth-enhancing measures, and the budget cannot be detached from growth-enhancing measures. As we saw in slide 25, there are important policy and political will trade-offs that need to be made, and this is the argument that we have made to the National Treasury in our submission, as well as in the political process that is working in parallel to that. The fundamental point remains the following, is that they are trying through a VAT hike to account for 0.6% of the entire budget. And we've pointed out in our submission that through spending efficiency gains, we would be able to avoid having to place a further tax burden on South Africans. And we've seen from comments in the media by the minister that he simply woke up one morning and he felt as if there was an accusation made about him, and that informed his decision rather than it being on the basis of evidence or even bothering to have a look at where spending efficiency gains could be realized in the existing fiscal framework. And there seems to be quite a bit of offence taken at the fact that the DA has made a submission. Ultimately, there's a parliamentary process which is underway, and this committee is going to have to deliberate whether or not to accept the existing fiscal framework or propose a change. And those are the only two options that are available. And there
Remember, I think you have a network challenge, possibly, unless if it's on my side, because we can't hear you. Other members, can you hear me?
Yes,
We can hear you, Chair.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay. No, thanks. Yes, yeah. Consortium of organizations.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you, National Treasury and SARS, for taking our submission. Good morning, Honourable Chairs, members and stakeholders. As a consortium of organisations, of over 200 organisations, Families for Children, the South African Parenting Programme Implementers Network, and the South African National Child Rights Coalition welcome the increased allocations in the proposed budget to strengthen early childhood development provisioning. However, we are concerned that the budget focuses on economic growth exclusively at the expense of human capital growth. Improved child development is not recognized as a key driver of transformation in South Africa. The budget limits its ECD focus to improve provision for older children through centers, through its increased subsidy and ECD infrastructure allocations. It, however, neglects support to parents and primary caregivers, the most important early child development practitioner. Parents need this and caregivers need this to enable them to provide the nurturing care required in their homes, especially for younger children from pregnancy all the way through to 2.5, 3 years old in the first 1,000 days. Thank you, and that is all we have to say for now.
Thank you. That was quick. South African wine. My apologies, honourable members and stakeholders. Dr. Mela.
Yes, apologies.
Dr. Mela is unable to.
Dr. Mela?
Chair, Dr. Mela is unable to attend. He is traveling. Thank you.
Okay. Edward Sonnenberg, ENS.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you to National Treasury and to SARS for the detailed response. We will certainly take advantage of the opportunity to comment on the technical wording of the provisions to ensure that the zero rating is properly applied. And it is good news that in the presentation it is apparent that the components of OFAL are in fact included in the zero rating. I do, however, note that it's still, it still refers to canned vegetables and not canned beans and peas. So that is still quite restrictive as far as that's concerned, but likely to do with the costs associated with that. Also note the comments in respect of the made by the South African Revenue Service in terms of the guidance that has already been provided on the VAT rate increase. We are aware of that guidance, and it does deal with the technical aspects associated with it. I think our biggest concern is the uncertainty as to whether the rate increase will be passed by Parliament, and what will happen in those circumstances, because the effort to implement changes engages the whole business, involves a significant amount of training in the circumstances, and is very expensive for businesses across the board. So the sooner that we can have certainty that the increase will in fact go ahead on the 1st of May, and that there are no legislative impediments as far as that's concerned, the better it will be for business to make sure that they properly are prepared and can implement it effectively on that date. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, ENS. South African wine.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity. I think 2 minutes is a bit short, but I'll try my best. I think what's critically important this morning, this for me, as I ended off Wednesday also, it's a team talk. But this morning we have the privilege of the Minister, the DG, the Commissioner, and all the other presenters a part of this team talk. I want to acknowledge one or two things. The first for me is really the effective tax rate, and what have you been there, Commissioner? I think that is really applaudable, and we really appreciate that. There's two words that's really critical for me. It's all about effectiveness and efficiency. And once I look to your, I think it was page 10 or 12 in terms of honor resorts, you also mentioned the tax and financial crime, illicit and illegal trade flows. And I think we need to focus there in terms of getting ourselves off the grader. So that is excellent. Then moving to the one slide from Chris in the presentation on the comments of the increases on the excise tax, mentioned the above inflation increases due to two things: to reduce affordability and discourage consumption. And I think we're going to differ there in terms of consumption. If you look at the volumes of wine specifically, if you look at our contribution to the liquor landscape on the outside, we're well within specific guidelines. And then the third one there is to generate revenue. So I think we're not tone deaf, and we fully understand what's playing out in government and what you have to do. What's more important for us is to make sure that we don't feel illicit by raising the excise above CPI. As anything above 4.5%, that's really the CPI that's in the retail environment, it will be pushed back into the system, and then we need to absorb that as manufacturers, distributors, and even then suppliers and your producers or farmers, with many of them being small farming entities. And this is really then still our request. And I've made a note of it in terms of last year, walking out of a similar meeting, and someone was making a comment about no concessions and no adjustments were considered. I think this year, there's still the opportunity for all of us sitting on the call, listening to government, Department of Finance, to say, please don't suppress us. We 100% understand your agenda. Grow the economy, create jobs, address unemployment, invest in infrastructure. That's great. We can assist you, we can help you, and we can also support you in terms of our economic contribution, specifically in the rural environment. And this is exactly what we're pleading for. Please reconsider the CPI plus 2%. If you look at the national minimum wage, this year it was CPI plus 1.5%. And that for me was already an indication and a token that there's been an ear being bent on the inside. And this is really our request. Please consider that. And then in closure, law enforcement, and law enforcement in terms of illegal and illicit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, South African one. South African Institute of Taxation, site.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the comprehensive response. Once again, I think Treasury and SARS do themselves well in what they try to achieve, and I can see they took all comments into account. Let me say this, that I fully support what the Revenue Service is trying to do, and we've seen this being pushed for several years now, that we're not going after the same group of taxpayers anymore. We're trying to extend the tax base by bringing in the people who are wholly non-compliant, and that's fully supported. And the only way to do that is through systems. And I would also agree that really a lot of the problem is about non-disclosure. That's what you're hearing. People who should be registered or not registered, people who have income that are simply not disclosing it. And the only way you can get that is not by hiring necessarily more auditors. Yes, you need them, but really it comes down to improving your various third-party confirmation systems. So that is fully supported. I think the point that I raised in the last discussion is, as hard as SARS may try, they need to have a world around them that's easily accessible. And so if you're going to be improving the revenue, the collections, the number systems and the various IT systems for SARS, you need to allocate additional money for some of the other departments. So for example, if you look at the world of trusts, now the world of trust, yes, SARS has a big role to play, but so does the master's office. And if the master's office is working in terms of recording, it makes it so much easier for the Revenue Service. So when we take that policy, it makes it difficult, as hard as you may try, to have the Revenue Service do all of their work on their own. Similarly, if we're talking about illicit and various forms of criminality, a lot of these issues are pure criminal. And I know everybody loves the Al Capone reference that the SARS people will pick up the gap. Maybe that's true, but a lot of times it's ultimately fixing the other parts in the
Honourable members, I think the members cut off. Can we go to SAICA, South African Institute of Chartered Accountants?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll maybe just start off where Keith ended up on SARS not running alone, and I think that is important, where that principle, what we've seen is as soon as SARS starts running alone and the rest of government don't run with them, there is a lot of duplication and cost, and I think beneficial ownership is one of those areas. Chair, just on the National Treasury, I think on the budget process, we agree and we commend Treasury for the transparency, and without their transparency, we would not be able to probably participate properly in these hearings. But I think we should not confuse transparency with consultation and consensus. Those are different things. You can have transparency without consultation and consensus. We've noted the concerns of the FSC, etc. But again, consultation and consensus should be had before a decision is made. The same way Parliament does not first go into caucus and then have public. It first has public engagement and consultation, and then starts taking decisions. And I think that is an important principle. Just on the process, I do think we have not remedied the process and setting of legislation by announcement. I note the comparators of the UK, etc., but they're not a constitutional democracy, and we do need to look at the law in South Africa as to how this applies. It can't just be a comparative analysis. And I think the reality is, come 1 May, we're going to have a VAT increase irrespective of what Parliament thinks about it, or what Parliament says, which cannot be right. I think that is wrong, and there's been a lot of confusion in the public's mind. And the same with the application of the zero rating. I think in our opinion, the zero rating will only apply once the legislation is passed. That is not subject to the same rule that the actual rate change is subject to, which means there is going to be a mismatch. And again, come one may, there needs to be clear and transparent messaging of what the consequences of all of this is to the public. I think there has been a lot of confusing feedback on this. On the spending reviews, I think we've noted in our submission that it's not about spending reviews, it's about Treasury also taking and enforcing Treasury control, which is a constitutional mandate and compulsion. Treasury is not without power, it is not powerless to do so. It does not have to just say, well, we're making recommendations. It's not about recommendations, it's about Treasury enforcing and the lack of enforcement against the executive of Treasury control. I think that's more. Moving on to the SARS, again, we do support that SARS will be making or broadening the tax base, which is important. But as much when we look at the response from Treasury or from SARS rather, on their focus areas or funding focus areas, addressing the tax gap, both for those who are outside of the system, not just those inside the system. It doesn't seem that seems to be a key focus or on a resource constraint area, which I do seem to find strange given the numbers in the presentation the Commissioner did. But we do hope that we do see a decrease in that tax gap year on year, and we hope that the current funding allocated does assist in that. As to the clarification on the tax gap with the 800
As you wrap up,
yes, this will be my final comment, Chair. Thank you very much. The 800 billion, that is not the tax gap, as set out in Annex A of the budget review. That is in fact both the debt book as well as the tax gap, which is important to distinguish. One is a one-off gain, the other is expanding the tax gap. And we do look to some more feedback on the quality and recoverability of that debt book. My final comment, Chair, on that debt book is noted on the collection or use of private agents for collection. And I think it is important for the members to just note that the collection cost, according to those numbers, is about just under 13% compared to the general cost of collection of under 1%. So it comes at a huge additional cost that the members...
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Secretary. South African Liquor Brand Owners Association.
Chair, same with Salba, they are unable to attend. Thank you.
National Liquor Traders.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We really appreciate the response given by the Honorable Minister, the Commissioner of SARS, the DG, and also the esteemed colleagues. The liquor traders remain committed in working collaboratively with government to ensure the continued growth and sustainability of the legal liquor industry. While we understand the financial challenges that the country faces, we strongly urge the Minister of Finance and the committee to adopt a more inclusive approach to taxation and regulation that considers the realities on the ground for small liquor traders, by ensuring that any new proposals do not unduly burden business already grappling with inflation and economic volatility, so that we can protect jobs, foster economic growth, and contribute positively to the national revenue. We also are concerned with the reasons advanced as a justification for the above inflation excise increases. And it is our plea that the Ministry of Finance take us into their confidence as credible partners in the alcohol harm reduction agenda. We stand for responsible consumption of alcohol, but we do believe that the above inflation increases do not really justify our agenda. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Your comment are noted. National Liquor Traders. National Liquor Traders.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Are you also representing them?
No. I've spoken as National Liquor Traders.
Okay, South African Brewery.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity to present and for the commentary provided by National Treasury and the South African Revenue Service. Based on the feedback on the above inflation increase on excise taxes, we'd like to duly note that we hope in the future that the National Treasury will take a more technical rather than anecdotal approach to providing feedback on the above inflation increase on excise taxes. SAP has participated in the public hearings for the last 4 fiscal cycles. And while there has been extensive technical feedback on the increases in VAT, the non-increases in PIT and CIT, there has been really a really dynamic approach to providing what the expected market outcomes are, for instance, when we're given the feedback that the above inflation increase in excise taxes is supposed to reduce the affordability of consumers. So for instance, the expectation should be that there should be a dynamic approach where income elasticities, price elasticities, and the dynamic effect thereof are scenario modeled at a 0.5% interval from 0.5 to the 2% recommended, giving us a sense of what exactly the intended outcome of excise taxes above inflation are intended to achieve. Furthermore, to the committee and to National Treasury, we also like to note that whilst they are trying to reduce the affordability of legal alcohol, they also are intuitively increasing the affordability of illicit alcohol without necessarily giving us, at least over the last 4 fiscal cycles, any intention to increase the investments on the enforcement reliant on the curbing of the illicit alcohol market. So we haven't seen any line item in the budget to date of the last 4 fiscal cycles that is intended to increase the efficiency of both the SAPS and the Revenue Service in dealing with illicit alcohol so that the excise tax instrument is able to operate effectively. We think this is important, Chair, because in as much as you increase the absolute taxation on excise, there is a substitution effect that is not duly acknowledged through the processes and the extensiveness of the analytics provided in the budget review that I think is critical to inform the industry as well as those that pay excise taxes in the current budget. And I believe this commentary would go far in ensuring that we don't only speak to the absolute increase in taxation, but also the reasons why and the expected market outcomes thereof. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, South African Brewery. Alternative Information and Development Center.
Afternoon, Honourable Chair and members. Thank you for the opportunity to give an input. We maintain that a VAT increase disproportionately affects the poor. We reiterate that a VAT hike should not be implemented, considering that there are more palatable options available. Although Treasury claims that the 2018 VAT increase did raise substantial revenue, this is contradicted in the SARS presentation. It is mentioned that there is a high level of abuse in relation to the refund system. It is also shown that a 1 percentage point increase in 2018 did not result in an increase in the effective VAT rate. And this just needs further clarity by National Treasury. There was some discussion on the progressivity of the tax system, but if the Gini coefficient in South Africa is higher, even after taxes and transfers, than the market Gini coefficient, for all other countries, we need to question whether redistribution policies are sufficient to deal with extreme levels of inequality. As an example, the presentation states that PIT was the fastest rising source of revenue, but this could also be due to high income growing faster than GDP, pointing to opportunities to enhance progressivity. The excuse given that taxpayers will simply change behavior is unacceptable. SARS must find ways to prevent avoidance and evasion so that the progressivity of the tax system is not undermined by tax dodging. The majority of wealth taxes shown is not a tax on net wealth, but rather tax on income from wealth. This is different to the recommendations from the hearings. With regards to the GPF, the fund is currently 110% funded, and there are surpluses above 50 billion rand, meaning that there isn't a risk to the health of the fund itself in the event of a payment holiday. Lastly, we are concerned that the presentation did not adequately address the issues with the proposed fiscal anchors, particularly in relationship to the risks that it could potentially play in preventing the government from delivering on its constitutional obligations. Thank you. I would like to hand back to the Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Comments are noted. WHO.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Tax increases on unhealthy products not only generate more revenue, but also help reduce health expenditures and alleviate disproportionate health burdens in lower income communities. WHO acknowledges the National Treasury's point about the necessity of increasing excise taxes above inflation to reduce affordability of unhealthy products. In light of this, since most of tobacco products are considered in the budget proposal for an increase only at the level of inflation and not above the inflation, WHO recommends a higher increase. This is necessary especially for cigarettes. WHO suggests a nominal tobacco product rate increase of 10 to 12%. Ideally, excise taxes on novel products, including heated tobacco products and electronic delivery systems, need to be increased significantly to close the gap with cigarette rates. Furthermore, the budget proposal considers an increase of 2 percentage points above the inflation on alcoholic beverages. However, this modest proposed increase is unlikely to reverse the trends of rising alcohol consumption in South Africa. Currently, the average South African adult consumes double the amount of alcohol annually compared to Africa region average. Therefore, WHO recommends a tax increase of more than 10% for all alcoholic beverages. We also suggest an increase in the health promotion levy on sugary drinks to at least align with inflation since the levy was introduced in 2018. Finally, regarding the items considered for zero VAT rate, it is crucial to consider the WHO Africa region nutrient profile model and to include nutrition team from Ministry of Health and Department of Agriculture to identify best products not only from the foregone revenue at equity perspective, but also from nutritional perspective. Evidence shows that aligning VAT rate differentiation with nutritional aspects will promote healthier diets. Thank you.
Thanks very much, WHO. PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Treasury and SARS for the feedback, which was very useful. Just a few points that I want to make. The first one is in relation to the previous VAT increase and additional revenues that there seems to be a lot of disagreement on as to whether or not that actually did result in additional revenues. I certainly want to support Treasury insofar as that's concerned. The absolute numbers do not lie. Independently, we did that analysis ourselves, and it's clear that the previous VAT increase did result in very substantial additional revenues, albeit that those were reduced for the very reasons that Treasury highlighted. I also just want to reiterate just one of the previous comments saying that SARS's own presentation contradicts what Treasury said. It actually does not. They are looking at two completely different things. So Treasury's is obviously looking directly at the additional revenues from VAT, and whereas SARS is looking at the issue around compliance and measuring effective tax rates to measure compliance levels. Completely two different things. Second point I just want to make is around the tax mix, and I certainly agree with what Treasury has said, that there needs to be a balance between when it comes to the tax mix between the different tax instruments that are available, and that there are trade-offs. That's clear. We made exactly the same point ourselves. The bottom line is, though, that when you look at, and this maybe to answer the PEP's question that they posed to Treasury earlier, when you look at the original package that was proposed of the 2% VAT increase with very moderate increases in PRT versus the current package, which is significantly more weighted towards PRT, it's clear that the later package, the current package, is far far more significantly unfriendly from a growth point of view. And that's clear in terms of Treasury's own feedback that they provided as well. What I want to do is just also reiterate in relation to the PRT increases in the form of fiscal drag, that is no different in effect in terms of the absolute numbers, in terms of additional tax revenues that raises from if Treasury had actually proposed to increase the tax brackets by inflation and have actually then increased the tax rates to raise exactly the same amount of money. The effect on the consumer or on households at the end of the day is identical. It would still take 19.5 billion rand out of disposable incomes. What is less obvious, though, certainly to the casual observer, is what the effect that would actually have on them. It will increase their effective tax rates, but it's less obvious because their marginal tax rates have not actually increased.
As you conclude.
Thank you. Just one additional point I want to make, Chair, if I may. That's in relation to SARS. Certainly acknowledge all the points that Treasury made in that regard. And I want to reiterate, again, our presentation, our submission was not directed at Treasury. It's directed at Parliament, because as Treasury rightly points out, at the end of the day, this is a political issue, and there are some hard questions that need to be asked as to the costs to South Africa of that, measured against the benefits to South Africa, and there are benefits. And one other point in relation to that, we by no means we have no recommendations. It's ultimately up to Parliament anyway. But we certainly do not advocate for pulling the rug out from underneath the likes of Lesotho and Eswatini. So just want to make that point very clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, PwC. Health Tax Alliance, Rural Health Advocacy Project.
Good morning, Chair, and again, thank you to the National Treasury for the responses and for Parliament for facilitating this. From our position, we obviously very, very grateful and for the leadership shown in above inflation increases on alcohol, tobacco, and sadly not on the HPL. We want to reiterate the calls made by the WHO that these taxes on excise duty should not be viewed as normal taxes. And in line with Treasury's stated objective of excise taxes is to reduce consumption and limit the public impact of the harmful use of these products. We also further want to reiterate that as much as we have apex priorities of increasing inclusive economic growth, right, and building a capable and effective state, as well as creating jobs, these shouldn't come at the cost of the health of the population. It should be noted that excise taxes on tobacco, for instance, raise a limited 12 billion rand a year compared to the 40-odd billion costs of tobacco-related diseases to the public health system. The excise taxes and the increases above inflation increases come off the back of at least 7 fiscal cycles where we haven't increased these taxes above in line with inflation. In fact, increases have been below, if at all. So we welcome this, and we ask for continued commitment to improve the health of our citizens by using these excise taxes on harmful products like tobacco, alcohol, sugar, and ultra-processed foods as mechanisms to improve not just the production of those goods, but also the health of the population. With respect to the compliance and the rise in illicit trade, again, this is a compliance issue, not a policy issue. And the taxes and the relationship between illicit trade and legal trade there's a dearth of evidence, really, but a lot of conversations. And I think the liquor industry and the alcohol and the tobacco industry need to publish peer-reviewed research demonstrating how taxation relates to illicit trade rather than a lack of compliance. Thank you very much. Over.
Thanks very much, Health Tax. Benjamin Cronin.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members of both committees. I just want to make 2 very brief submissions. The first is, and dovetailing from what a number of comments have made, it's one, really commendable what the South African Revenue Service is doing with, as it describes, its own constrained budget. I hope that this, alongside all the other submissions that have been made to honourable members, will prompt consideration and hopefully future amendments to appropriations in order to meet the growing gap between the lawful mandates of various organs of state, or indeed constitutional obligations on the state, and actual appropriations. And flowing from this, I think the 2nd of April decision, in inverted commas, to be made is not the budget. It is the passing of money bills through Parliament, and it is lawmaking. The second submission I'd like to make, and this just flows from what SAICA and I think ENS were suggesting, is I note in slide 13 of National Treasury's presentation, the reference to other jurisdictions that have prospective lawmaking powers or potential prospective lawmaking powers. If you take the United Kingdom as an example, it is actually a resolution taken by the House, and it's on a much shorter time span. And as mentioned by our SAICA representative, it's not within the confines of a constitutional framework like ours. I also think critically, we're not thinking about how the administration of an unconstitutionally collected tax will impact SARS's operations, because if, as is quite possible, Parliament does not ultimately enact the VAT amendment, VAT rate amendment, but it is collected, it will put us in the same position that the United Kingdom was in, where quite scandalous litigation took place, and it was quite hard to fix and reallocate that money. Thank you, Chair.
Much. The last one was in Africa.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. And let me take this opportunity and thank the leadership of the National Treasury and SARS for their responses and taking time to read our submissions. We welcome the 2.1 billion that has been allocated for SMMEs, particularly those that are youth, women, and disabilities. We think it's a step in the right direction, as we know that and SMMEs are the silver bullet for solving unemployment and stimulating economic growth. We also want to take this opportunity and welcome the 313 million that has been allocated for the SMMEs hubs. We think that is the step in the right direction. We hope that these hubs will become just modern spaces for networking, but they will be centers for opportunity where entrepreneurs can access capital, mentorship, and tools they need to thrive. And let me go back to what I said in the original submission, that one day our children are going to ask us, Mom and Dad, when 1,500 entrepreneurs were forced to shut down their businesses in 2024, where were you? When 500 people were queuing up for 2 general worker posts in Ramasemola, where were you? And certainly we'll have to respond to them and say, we were there and we did as little as possible to save them. So the 2025 budget is an opportunity to rewrite that story. It is a chance to make a decisive shift in how we approach the challenges faced by the small businesses. The truth is that the future of our economy lies in the hands of small businesses. But these entrepreneurs are suffocating under the weight of unnecessary red tapes, complex regulations, and limited access to finance. What we need in this budget is not just a general allocation to SMMEs, but a serious line item dedicated specifically to removing red tapes and addressing the structural barriers that prevent small businesses from growing. By providing clear, targeted allocation to remove red tapes for SMMEs, this budget is an opportunity to do things differently, to ensure that when our children ask us one day, where were you? We can say we showed up and we made an everlasting impact. I think
that was the last one. I now going to hand over to Dr. Masongane to continue with the program.
Honorable Ndlovu, please proceed. In the meantime, I'm attending to something quickly here, but I will come at the end with comments.
Okay. Thanks very much, honourable members. I hope all of us who have listened to the presentation on SARS, National Treasury, including the Minister, and also the comments from our stakeholders. Can we now allow the honourable members to ask questions or comments? I have Honourable Beck. Macbeck.
I go for it, Chair?
Okay. You can come in.
Thank you, Chair. I have the practice of asking piercing but sometimes scathing questions to ministers and deputy ministers and trying to gain information from Treasury, but it seems that there's a disjunct between Treasury and the minister. So today I'll focus my questions towards Treasury while remaining supportive of the work that they're trying to do. On page 13 of the slides, and I quote here, it says, the coming into operation of the increase of VAT on 1 May 2025 is supported by Section 7.4 of the VAT Act, and the aspect concerning the legislative process does not compromise Parliament's oversight, as the rates bill, which represents the legislative portion, will still be presented in Parliament. My first question there is, when will Treasury introduce the rates bill? Before or after the 1st of May? The second question is whether you are confident that the Section 7.4 of the VAT Act will withstand the constitutional challenge. And then the third question on that topic is that you write that in other countries, including Zimbabwe, they have similar provisions to ours on this issue. But my question to you is, do they have similar constitutions to ours? Then on to page 15 on another matter, the GDP growth forecast errors that we've spoken before about in this committee. Treasury writes there on page 15 of the slides that between 2011 and 2024, its forecast errors have either been in line or better than comparative forecasts. And I think Treasury is hiding a lot in this phrase, forecast errors, because it means that looking at whether GDP is being overestimated or underestimated. And we as South Africans don't really care that much about underestimations, because if Treasury underestimates GDP growth, which it almost never does, then in the next year, by Christmas, we have a big Christmas present coming, and that we're getting more revenue than we expected. So with all due respect, you're presenting us with research on the wrong issue. What we do want to know is, out of the last 12 of the last 15 years, Treasury's forecast error has overwhelmingly been an overestimation error. Has the IMF then also overestimated 12 of the last 15 years? And we want to know why you keep making that particular forecasting error, because quite frankly, it damages our country year after year when you make that error. And then, Chair, my final question relates to the DRC. It is what the withdrawal costs are, and this is towards the Minister. What are the withdrawal costs versus the 1.6 billion rand allocated for the whole year's deployment? In this budget, we still have allocations for the DRC mission of 1.7 billion in 26-27, and then 1.48 billion in 27-28. And my question there is, surely the DRC withdrawal process will not still be ongoing next year. We should get it done this year, and never mind the year after that. So why is that still in the budget? And can you please provide us with clarity on what the withdrawal versus the allocated cost of continued combat will be? Thank you.
Honourable Van Rooyen.
Thank you, Chair. I think my video might be a problem, Chair.
No, it's fine, Honourable Van Rooyen.
Thank you. Let me also convey my word of gratitude to the response and also the follow-up inputs that were made by response by National Treasury and SARS, and follow-up submissions made by other stakeholders. Chairperson, I want to comment about what has been illustrated by the Minister when he said there have been several engagements between themselves as GNU partners. And I think he emphasized a lot on the engagement that they had as the ministry and DA. But I'm just puzzled by the fact that it seems as if the working relationship that is currently projected as something called for by our people, the so-called GNU, seems not to be yielding the expected results. Because it's clear, Chair and honorable members, that there's so much state resources that are being used to engage between the GNU partners without any coherent or maybe productive outcome to take our country forward. Now, it's clear to us as MK Party that this GNU relationship seems to be a waste of state resources, but also seems to be something that South Africa doesn't deserve. Now, I want to check with the minister if he is ready to consider our proposal that, firstly, this GNU is a nonsensical setup and must be dissolved because it's just a waste of scarce state resources. And then second, will the minister consider calling or maybe championing a call for doing away with the bloated executive as a result of this GNU setup? Because this GNU setup, the executive thereof, it's a waste of money. I know the minister will argue that it's not the billions that we can save from this intervention. They are not substantial. But I think I will argue also from a financial perspective that in such a situation, each and every cent matters. Will the minister consider championing a call for the reduction of this bloated executive as a low-hanging initiative to generate revenue, but also to save money for the state? And secondly, I must indicate, Chair, that it's clear from the presentation from some of the stakeholders that we are losing a lot of money as a result of illicit trade for both tobacco and alcohol. I think if my memory serves me well, it is cited that on tobacco alone or illicit cigarettes, we are estimated to be losing 30 billion rand per annum. And of course, that calls for specific interventions that need to be made there. Now, my specific question to SARS is, out of this allocation of 7.5 billion that has been made, is there any specific provision ring-fence for such illicit trade? But also, Chair, as much as I've noted in the presentation of SARS that they do cite how this money is going to be used, but I think it's important for us as MPs, from an oversight point of view, to get a detailed breakdown of how much of this money will be used where. And I will tell you why, Chairperson, that I'm insisting that we must get this breakdown, because it will then guide us as members of parliament on the efficacy of all the interventions that SARS will be making as a result of this special allocation. Because we all welcome this special allocation and increase of resources, albeit still not enough, but we think we must hold SARS accountable on how this money is going to be utilized. But also that will help us to check how effective are these interventions that SARS will be introducing, or maybe will be reinforcing. And SARS also made mention of a digital identity system. But what I missed there, I know they are referring to working with Home Affairs. What about municipalities? And I will tell you why municipalities, Chair. A lot of...
conclude, Honorable Van Rijn.
Oh, there was time limit. I was not sure that there was time limit.
No,
No,
there is.
sorry for that. I think some of the questions I will submit them then later.
Thank
A
you.
lot of trading which is illicit or illegal is happening at a local level. So is this digital system, identity system that is going to be introduced, will it accommodate municipalities? I think it's important for us to get that clarity, Chair. And lastly, Chair, from my side, I'm jumping one point, but from our side, SMK Party, I must indicate that we don't agree with National Treasury that a proposed VAT increase it's a progressive, what you call, approach, because the result of the matter is that VAT in its nature is regressive, and expanding food basket zero rating is not adequate. It's not an adequate measure to cushion the impact of the adverse impact of these VAT proposed VAT increases. Thank you very much. I will submit those that are outstanding to the Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Honorable Van Rijn. Honorable Sibisa.
No, thank you, Chair. Let's also welcome the response from the questions that were asked, and there was no time for a response for them. But Chair, I thought, you know, we go to different meetings. We sit in finance, we sit in appropriation, and each and every meeting you hear certain things. And I thought that the minister will take us into confidence, because yesterday we had a meeting of appropriations, and there's an issue that I raised to say the allocation of funds between Northern Cape and Northwest. What's happening with that issue? And my question was raised because Northern Cape returned close to 91 million, and now they're getting an increase. And the response that you got was, oops, it was a mistake. It looked like it's a by the way. Oh no, by the way, we made a mistake, we'll rectify it. It raised a lot of questions from my side to say, are we even confident with the allocation that has been made, that later on we won't be told that there's a mistake that happened? And I want to check with the minister, what consequence management are you going to take against the person that made such a serious mistake of misallocation of funds between Northern Cape and Northwest? Because right now the question that we are sitting with is, how much is actually supposed to go to Northern Cape? How much is supposed to go? I'm speaking about the grants, Chairperson. How much is going where? And how is this thing going to affect provinces from operating? So it's a concern if such a big department that's responsible for allocation of funds can easily, we get the response to say, no, when we made the call, we were told that it's a mistake because of when you type Northwest and then you use abbreviations, that's one jump there, and which means that there was no proofreading. Can we really have confidence in the Department of Finance that they know what they're actually doing if they can make such a mistake as this one that we picked up yesterday? And I thought that National Treasury will take this joint committee into confidence to say, this is what we've picked up. They're still not saying anything. And it only came into question when we raised it to say, we want to understand, how did you come to the decision of this? Nobody volunteered with the information to say, actually acknowledge, to say, we've made a mistake. So what consequence management is going to be taken against the person that made the mistake between Northwest and Northern Cape? We can't just be told as if you spilled water, milk on the floor. Then we must just forget that, the milk has spilled, so just take a cloth and wipe it. No, we can't say that. We need to find if there's going to be any action taken against the official that was responsible for that. That's my only contribution, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Siwisa, thanks, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Besley.
And thank you, Chair. So I'm going to start off with my favorite subject, and that is SARS. Yeah, it's an issue Action SA has been driving and will continue to drive until SARS is adequately funded. But I just want to once again compliment the Finance Minister for listening and hearing on that particular matter. But the only time I've seen the 4 billion is in the Finance Minister's speech. So I'd like to see it in a table somewhere, and I hope it doesn't get I don't know what might happen to it, but I really wanted to see it in a table where we actually vote for it. So I'd just like National Treasury to advise when we'll get the updated tables reflecting the 4 billion extra, and is that 4 billion applied to this particular financial year? And then I'd also like to get SARS's view on the effectiveness of excise tax. My concern is that we keep on putting excise tax up above inflation, but we actually end up collecting less. So we might actually be, hurting ourselves by putting excise tax up more than inflation. So I'd just like to get the SARS's view on that. And then in 2007, 2008, the effective rate for VAT jumped up quite significantly without a VAT increase. And was there any specific reason for that? And then just to the Minister, I fully understand, except what he's saying about spending reviews, that we can't factor them into the budget because it will take time. But my concern is we have to start with them. If we keep saying we need to bring them in and we need to cost them, because otherwise it just remains all talk. So there needs to be some action around the spending reviews. And in terms of building state capacity and accountability, a big concern of Action SAs is that there's just zero accountability in the system. People are stealing left, right, and center. And we need to build accountability. And the only way that's going to happen is if people go to jail. And in that regard, the NPA needs to be properly funded. And I think it'll be like SARS. If you gave extra funding to the NPA, I think if you treat it as an investment entity as opposed to a cost center, I think the returns will be quite significant. And then the big overriding issue in all of this is just the growth. We're already 3 months into the new year. People I'm chatting into the economy, they say it's very, very tough out there. And I just think we need boldness about our growth. We talk about economic growth, but there's just no boldness. There's just no reforms. There's nothing that makes anybody excited and saying we're going to get economic growth. At the moment, it's all talk and just no action and no measurable outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Besley. Honorable Mauda.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, I want to start by responding to what the Minister has started with regarding the DA writing a letter to the President. Look, it doesn't come as a shock to us, but it will be important that we get that letter to the public because the DA has been focusing their rejection of the budget on VAT. And we've always been maintaining that it might not actually be VAT, there might be other things. So the Minister this morning just confirmed that indeed the DA is against progressive laws like your expropriation of land, your Bella Act, and so they are basically against transformation. And we know that, Chair, even with those demands, they don't mean them. They are going to accept this budget, Minister, without any of their demands being met. That's who they are. They can't see themselves out of power, but also they want to pretend to be an opposition inside the GNU, which I see you are fighting very heavily there. So, but that's who they are. Chair, the report by National Treasury came in exactly at 8:24 this morning, when this meeting is starting at 10 o'clock. Really, it's unacceptable because how do you go through such a lengthy report in 1 hour, 30 minutes before the meeting? All this public participation, all these companies and individuals who came here, they made thoughtful and evidence-based submissions. And now for them to only be allocated 2 minutes when they only had 1 hour, 30 minutes to engage the report, it's uncalled for. At least SARS gave us the report last night. were able to go through it last night. But really, National Treasury, don't reduce this exercise to just a tick box exercise. We need meaningful engagements, and everybody would have prepared better. But Chair, be that as it may, look, the reality is that National Treasury has not responded genuinely to the public concerns, but rather a reiteration and rationalization of a budget that has been widely rejected by the majority of submissions. I mean, this includes rejections from COSATU, from IEJ, from AIDC, from Amandla Mobi, and several other organizations representing labor, civil society, academia, and pensioners. So the insistence on a VAT increase is not about sound fiscal strategy, but it's a political insistence. Treasury appears more concerned with avoiding the perception that they would be seen to be defeated than acknowledging that they actually made a mistake. And as Amandla Mobi puts it nicely, this is happening during a cost of living crisis, which will unequally hurt the poor, even if the list of zero-rated products is expanded. So what is most disturbing also, Chair, is that National Treasury makes condescending submissions, implying that the public does not actually understand the difference between increasing social grants and expanding zero-rated basket. The rejection of VAT is being made with full knowledge of the distinction. We understand the difference. We reject VAT because it is regressive. So even Treasury's own analysis admits that VAT is a blunt instrument and previous zero rating exercises did not guarantee savings for customers. So it is misleading for Treasury to downplay comments from, and as an example, SARS commissioner who stated clearly that the 2018 VAT hike did not raise the expected revenue. Treasury still comes today and say, in 2018, they raised 17 billion. Now, with this 0.5, they're going to raise about 13.5 billion. So we can't. This is going to affect the poor and will have a huge impact towards lower middle income earners, Chair. Chair, when we say raise income tax, we refer specifically to corporate tax, not personal income tax. National Treasury went at length to explain personal income. We're not there. We're talking about corporate income tax, and we're talking about progressive taxation of wealth. Tax the wealthy and leave the poor, because the poor will remain even more poorer if you attempt to even tax them more. Now, Treasury argues that increasing CIT would hurt growth, but they cite international comparisons out of context. Countries with lower corporate income tax rates have stronger, more diversified economies, which we don't have. Moreover, Chair, the AIDC and EIJ both make the case that a well-structured increase in corporate income tax, coupled with improved compliance and reduction of loopholes, can raise revenue without deterring investment. Chair, based on the Treasury's response, it is evident they view the poor and working class as an easy target. The approach lacks imagination and ideological flexibility. This presentation, in truth, feels like a tick box exercise. So, Chair, Parliament cannot continue rubber stamping these decisions. We're dealing with a budget where even the ANC-DA coalition cannot agree on an economic program. And that's clear from disagreements and drama we've seen on VAT, revenue strategy, and growth. In that context, can you really say we have a government, a coherent budget? If you don't have a budget, can you honestly say we have a government? So this time, Chair, we must do things differently as Parliament. We must engage the PBO, the FFC, and all the submissions seriously. And I'm happy, Chair, that you spoke about the issue of FFC, of engagements. It's very key. We ought to have engagements with FFC. We can't have this minister says we met, FFC says we have not met. So let's have a good relationship with FFC. We should amend the fiscal framework, Chair, and revenue proposals decisively. And our proposal is that we reject the VAT increase, we correct the inflation creep in personal income tax, we pick 3 or 4 key expenditure items for increase: policing, health, education, in terms of infrastructure and teachers, and municipal support. We introduce a real allocation for hiring frontline staff, not theoretical commitments. We reduce reliance on PPPs and increase public sector-led infrastructure spending. So those are just some of the few things that we're putting on the table as the EFF. So let's use this opportunity, Chair, to shift the fiscal narrative from cutting the state to empowering it, from reducing public participation to enhancing it. Let's all commit to review how Parliament itself engages with the budget with the goal of being able to initiate and amend significant aspects of the budget in the future. Lastly, Chair, this is not about rejecting bad proposals. It is about reclaiming Parliament's constitutional power over the budget, acting in the public interest and beginning to shift towards a pro-poor, pro-growth fiscal agenda. So we'll make more inputs, Chair, when we finalize the draft report next week before the National Assembly. But we as the EFF were saying in its current form, not support it, we need to amend it, Chair. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Maute. Honorable Squati.
Thanks, Chair. And let me as well welcome the responses that were made by the National Treasury, but also by SARS, but also the fact that they've given themselves time to, go a long way in terms of explaining fully in terms of some of decisions that are being made. And I think it's very difficult because it's very clear that each one of us has got a view in terms of what could happen to raise revenue. And unfortunately, most of the issues that are being raised are not actually being tested. And it's very much unfortunate that we would want to leave the tested practice and want to go and venture into something that is actually, unknown. And therefore, I would say that it would be important that all of us, keep sober minds in terms of what we are dealing with here, because this has got nothing to do with our egos. It has got everything to do with the mandate that we have to serve our people. And therefore, we have got that responsibility to work with both Treasury and SARS to make sure that we are able to ultimately overcome the challenges that we are faced with. And it is during this difficult period that we will always, instead of people dealing with the challenge, people tend to, focus on their own battles. Chair, allow me to actually deal with what the National Treasury has actually responded to, but also ask us to what is the transmission effect of the tax proposals on the context of overall budget to firstly, to caution the poor, the workers from the cost of living and the measures to enhance interventions in the economy. And what is the takeaway of the National Treasury in explaining the policy choices to a citizen without an understanding of economic theories? Secondly, Chair, is in terms of the FFC, which I think Honorable Maute has already touched on. And I think it will be incumbent on both the FFC and the National Treasury, Chair, to find space and time to have a conversation and be able to, deal with some of the misunderstandings, because I don't think it's going to serve Parliament well if we are going to continue having such a misunderstanding. And I think it should be as soon as possible, so that both the Chair, is the suggestion, Chair, that proposal that I'm putting on the table, that the committee, both the select committee and both chairs should, the select committee and our committee, the finance committee, should be able to set up that meeting where both teams are able to meet and flush out some of those areas that are creating misunderstanding. But also in terms of SARS, I think the issues that the SARS is raising in terms of that, I don't hear SARS saying that what has been decided. Obviously, all these other instruments have got their own negatives and positives. And I think it has been clearly spelled out that some of those, like your corporate income tax, you have a decline and so on. And almost all of them, we have been given the downside of them. And ultimately, VAT has been chosen, not because it targets the poor, but because it's one of those that could actually work. And I think what SARS is saying, it does not say it won't work. It's saying it's cumbersome in terms of administration, but also it's vulnerable to other activities that would not necessarily help in terms of generating revenue. And I think those are some of the things that we need to look at in terms of SARS when we deal with the issue of VAT. And I think we need to really support this budget because I don't see what else and where else are we going to, because everyone that is speaking here is saying, let us add more money in terms of this sector, let us add more money. But none of us is saying this is where the money will be coming from. And when Treasury is saying, but this, it might not be the best, it might not be the ideal, but this is what we're having as an instrument that we can try and generate revenue. And I don't hear anybody, saying, let's give it, a try and see if it can work. So now I'm just saying, let's be constructive in terms of engaging and make sure that at least our contribution is going to lead towards resolving the issue of, the issue is not VAT. The issue is about economic growth. The issue is about areas or new areas where we can actually generate revenue. And unless such time that there is economic growth, we will continue to battle like this. And I think it's time we agree that the economic growth is actually our challenge to deal with the triple challenges. And I think one last issue is in terms of the impact of the decline of the corporate tax from 28 to 27% that we had on private investment patents and on the fiscals. Just those few. I thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Squati. I think I've got one or two questions also from my side, Honorable Squati. Thanks very much. Not all national department, I think this one is to National Treasury. Not all national departments, local municipalities, and public entities have the capacity and capability to accelerate crowding in of private investment through public-private partnership. What is the progress of the department in supporting institutions to have capabilities, increases private investment in public infrastructure beyond the review of the public-private partnership framework? The last one to SARS, from the identified areas with tax gaps, such as the digital economy, informal economy, and illicit financial flows, and cryptocurrency, amongst others, which are the prioritized areas by SARS? And to what extent will the additional allocation contribute to addressing the gaps? So I think those are the questions to SARS, to National Treasury. I hope also the Minister will assist at there and there. Thanks very much. Can we check if, is it the National Treasury or SARS that will come first?
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
There is a hand from Honorable Alexandra as well.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see the Honorable Alexander.
Thank you very much, Chair. South Africa has probably one of the most comprehensive HIV and AIDS prevention programs in the world, but we've just seen a very large knock with the PEPFAR funding being withdrawn from South Africa. So my question is to Treasury, since February up until now, have you had the opportunity to have a look at how we could possibly, as South Africa, make up the shortfall that we are going to see from the funding that has been withdrawn from us, because this program obviously is critical for many of the vulnerable South Africans out there. Thank you.
I think that's all from honorable members. I'd like to check again so that there's nobody who will say we have not afford them the opportunity. That's can we now give the opportunity to National Treasury or SARS? I'm not sure who's gonna come first. Auntie?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to the members for those questions. Honourable Chair, with your permission, I will ask the relevant team members just to come in on their areas. There were quite a lot of questions on the tax side, so I'll ask Chris to start us there. And then there were questions from the honourable members for Khali as well on the Northwest Northern Cape allocation and a few other issues, including on the forecast. And then I will come in right at the end with a few remarks of my own. Chris, over to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Thank you, honourable members. Thank you to everyone. I'll try and go through a lot of the questions that were asked from the stakeholders and the members. Changing the food basket zero rating, there were comments about this doesn't help with electricity or transport costs. Completely agree on the electricity. There are free electricity packages available from municipalities, but the VAT increase will have an impact on electricity costs. On transport costs, it shouldn't, because fuel is zero rated, and we didn't change the general fuel levy, so there shouldn't be an impact there. We shouldn't compare countries with low inequality. We've tried to compare with as many as we can, advanced, emerging, middle income. So we've got a very broad number of countries we've compared with, and we do think that we are still quite high in terms of personal income tax and corporate income tax on those issues. I note the points on the excise duties on alcohol and enforcement. We completely agree that enforcement is very important. There is additional funding for SARS, which we hope that some of that could potentially be used to help reduce those gaps in the tobacco market and other markets in terms of excise duties, and we fully agree with that sentiment. And from SAB about income elasticities and demand elasticities, we did paper in December which details those. We also have published the changes in revenue that we've got over that period, and we're happy to have consultations, and we will start consultations on that discussion paper, the excise policy for alcohol this year. There were a couple of points that the SARS slide is contradicting our slides on the VAT increase. I think that SARS slide is representing something else. It's not representing what happened in that year. If you look at the effective tax rates, for example, of VAT, it usually looks at consumption and how much tax you are getting out of consumption. But the effective tax rate will always be below the headline rate because there are items that are zero rated as well as exempt goods. You could have a change in composition of goods that are exempt and how much is consumed in a particular year, which will change the effective tax rate that you will then see. So, for example, if there was a big boost in financial services that year, financial services are exempt, and then you wouldn't see a change in the effective tax rate when that rate comes in. We still stand by our slide that we did raise additional revenue in that previous VAT increase. We've noted comments on the health promotion levy and other zero rating. On the question about the UK, they have a much shorter time period in terms of the legislative provisions. From what we can see, the UK also has a year leeway, so the Chancellor can make an announcement, and they have up to 12 months, 1 year, in order for that change in the rate to still be effective. They can move that rate, but only by up to 25% of what the current rate is. Will this amendment survive the constitutional challenge? Maybe we can't comment on that. When the changes to the Money Bills Act was made, and when the changes to the VAT Act and the Income Tax Act were made, those changes did go to the State Law Advisor and were put through and were debated within Parliament at the time and accepted. We can't potentially comment about constitutions and the other areas where this does also apply. And we are working on consulting with the rates pool to be tabled. We don't have a specific timeline as yet. There were some comments about Treasury being a bit condescending and misleading about the zero rating and the grants. I apologize if it came across that way. We aren't trying to downgrade or say that the public don't know the difference between those two. What we were just trying to reiterate was that those were two different mechanisms that we were using to try and reduce the impact of this VAT increase by providing grants where the nominal value would hopefully be higher than the increase in the price of a basket of food, as well as zero rating products where that basket of food could then be cheaper. And both of those mechanisms could be used. Completely agree with the other points that were made, that improving compliance and reducing evasion for corporates would increase revenues. Again, hopefully SARS's improved effectiveness with the additional funding can help to do that, because we agree with those points. If I missed anything else, DG, please do come back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon to everyone on the call, and thank you, DG. Just to respond to Honorable Suisa's question. So firstly, I'd like to sincerely apologize if the response that you provided on Wednesday at the Select Committee on Appropriations made this matter of the swapping of the numbers, the allocation numbers, budgets to Northwest and Northern Cape. We made it as if it's insignificant, but it's a serious matter because obviously it affects the budgets that have been even tabled by provinces at this point in time. Just to indicate that the mistake was just made by the National Department for Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. But however, we accept that we should have picked it up, but just to indicate that these allocations really came late. It's one of the two departments that we're really struggling to get the final provinces from. So there was not much time, but we were working on of making sure that obviously Northern Cape does not spend that money, and that could be done in a number of ways. For example, one of them obviously is the payment schedule that the department is gonna do, and as well as also ourselves issuing new allocation letters. But obviously at this point in time, we're working with the researchers from the Select Committee on Appropriations in terms of how we take this matter forward in terms of correcting those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Wipuso Modise again. We received one question on forecast error and forecasting bias in particular. The first is to indicate that mean square errors, which is what we showed on our graph when indicating our forecast error, are a fairly standard measure to give a sense of the quality of forecasts and deviations from actuals in relation to baseline. They're also useful in allowing one to situate the outcomes of, or the nature of your performance in relation to forecasting in relation to other forecasters, which is important. It's important to contextualize your forecasts to ascertain your quality in relation to your peers, which is the point that we were making. That said, the question, as I understood it, relates to bias and whether or not the National Treasury has a particular bias in a direction either up or down. In unpacking this and understanding what might be happening, the first is to acknowledge that yes, there has been an upward bias historically, but that bias hasn't been unique to the Treasury's forecast. It's a bias that has affected many forecasters, in large part reflecting some of the risks that materialized to economic activity, which had implications on the economy's productive capacity and subsequently potential growth. What we found, however, is since then, and investigating this, we're finding that the National Treasury's bias is coming down over time. And actually, over the past several years have found that there have been periods of downward bias in our forecasts rather. And our view, in fact, is that regardless of the direction of bias, our view is to try and minimize our mean square errors, minimize our biases in order to ensure that our forecasts are credible, that they're reliable, and that they're fit for purpose in informing the macro fiscal framework. And in relation to my previous response, we consider these things in thinking about the different methods that we use to improve our processes, our techniques, in order to improve our forecast accuracy, not just in year, but over the medium term. So hopefully this answers it in terms of forecast bias. Yes, we've observed bias. We're seeing that bias come down over time, but also to contextualize that bias hasn't been unique to the Treasury. It has been a general
feature of forecasting the South African economy over the past several years, largely reflecting things that are happening to potential growth. Thank you, Chair, honourable members.
DG?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to the members. There were just 2 or 3 final questions that I wanted to respond on as we close from our side. Firstly, on the issue of the DRC withdrawal and when that will be reflected in the numbers, we have indicated in our presentation that the SADC Secretariat has not yet issued an official withdrawal communique, as well as a detailed plan to the department, as per our latest information. And we also know that the withdrawal of South African troops will incur certain costs upfront. And so once those formal processes have been finalized, then we'll be in a better position to assess the budgetary implications thereof and to update the numbers accordingly. Secondly, there was a question about the announcement in the minister's speech of the additional 4 billion to SARS. That the member is correct. That is not, that announcement came through in the speech. And so the way that announcement is operationalized is through Section 6 of the Appropriation Act or the Appropriation Bill. And so we will then update at the next available opportunity our fiscal framework internally in order to reflect the 4 billion via the mechanism that we have to do so in the appropriation bill. There was also a question, last 2 questions. There was a question about the initial budget proposal, which was not tabled, which had a 2 percentage point increase in VAT versus the current proposal, and how one evaluates the counterfactual implications of those 2 relative to each other. And it's not an easy exercise to do. So let me just make 2 points in that regard. The one is that irrespective of the size of the VAT increase, one of the points that we've consistently made is that VAT is the least distortionary revenue raising instrument because it has a lower impact than the other tax options, in particular personal income tax and corporate income tax, on employment, savings and investment. And subsequently, VAT has the least negative impact on growth. We also know that it is an efficient tax because it is more difficult to avoid and it is spread across a broad base. However, we have acknowledged that that increase does increase the price of goods that are not exempt or zero rated, including items required by lower income households, which is why we've proposed the additional measures to provide a degree of protection for those households. So if you have a situation, of course, where VAT increases by 2 percentage points, what that means is that you don't have to use or rely on some of the more distortionary income taxes like personal income tax. So from that perspective, it's positive. It also means that the fiscal buffers would have been higher if you look at, for example, the contingency reserve that was tabled, that was included in the initial budget. However, any large tax increase does have implications for the economy and does have implications for the households. And though that therefore becomes very difficult to draw a direct comparison between these 2 budgets and their relative impact on households and the economy. And it depends very much on one's perspective and the particular lens you're looking at. Finally, there was a question on PEPFAR. Just to say there, we have indicated previously that we are working closely with the Department of Health as they unpack the different elements of the PEPFAR spending and which specific elements of those they want to take over from the department's budget perspective. And as soon as those detailed conversations are finalized, we will then be in a better position to understand the budgetary impact of that over the next few years. I believe that covers all the questions on our side. Chair, if there's anything we've missed, the members are welcome to point those out to us. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we only have 5 minutes to wrap up, and I'm going to request the minister to, in 2 minutes, this minister, then we have to close our meeting. Thanks.
Oh, that's bad. Okay. The one issue I want to correct is this notion that I woke up and then made an announcement.
My apologies, Minister. My apologies. Yes, can I first request SARS to respond?
Okay.
My apologies.
Good afternoon, Chair. Very quickly, because of the time, I want to just firstly be very clear, honourable members, that the additional funding that SARS will receive this year, that the bulk of that, 2 billion, will do nothing to improve our systems and over the long term, improve our administrative efficiencies. That 2 billion will be ring-fenced to deal with the stock of debt on our balance sheet. And as one of the commentators said, that's not ongoing. We believe, however, there's enough stock on the debt book that we can repeat it for the 3 years if the 2 billion is sustained. So that's an important point, which leaves us with 500 million for the investment in the modernization of our systems. But again, I want to be clear, there should be no expectation that that will necessarily deal with the skills, the resources we need to operationalize the modernization. So let me give you an example, Chair. There is no provision for additional forensic investigators that will build on the work of the syndicated crime, the illicit tobacco industries, the alcohol industry, and I can unpack what we see and the little bit of success we're seeing there, but we are woefully undercapacitated to do that. There's no provision, for example, for employing excise officers to go and visit plants where there is excisable product production, like a tobacco plant, an alcohol manufacturing plant, a fuel plant. Those laws have to be enforced. We have to be audited and investigated. We do not have the capacity to do that. And therefore, we don't have the capacity to deal with the proliferation of illicit tobacco resellers, for example, from the production to the sale. There's no provision for additional data scientists or technology. So I want to just make sure that we do not leave here with the impression that SARS will be able to substantially address these themes of illicit financial flows, illicit areas of under-declaration and illicit trading, and some of the areas of the more sophisticated aggressive tax planning. We obviously have been given an opportunity by the Minister to come back and make a case for that. And we will do that in the next ensuing weeks. And then hopefully the Minister will be able to respond positively to that. So this general narrative that SARS has been given more money now, so all of these things will be addressed, I have to qualify. There was a question on the excise rates, but the taxes don't seem to rise in correlation with that. That is an absolutely correct observation. There's a number of reasons for that, but I won't go into that now. We will at some future happy to do a detailed analysis of what we see in the entire value chain of the excisable products like fuel, alcohol, and tobacco, because that is a huge area of concern where we are not able to enforce the rules and the laws that is currently in existence. Let me pause there for now, Chair, but thank you for the opportunity to you and to the members.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. Can we now allow Honourable Minister to respond?
About 3 points, Chairperson. The first one is that on the 4th of February, we tabled a budget which demonstrated that a number of critical items amounting to about 112 billion rand over the MTF will not be funded. In that meeting, we tabled the same technical presentation which has been presented here about the different forms of takers, and we signaled our intention to go for the VAT as a form of taxation. And therefore, I want to say the statement that I made, which people are using as if I woke up and then said, which is regrettable, I made, which I said, I just woke up and said there will be 2% VAT, is inaccurate, because there was a serious process, and this technical presentation was made on the 4th. The second point, Chairperson, is on this issue about the impact on the poor. There's another range of issues which have not been taken into account. If you look to deal about the poor, we're not only intervening on the side of zero rating, there are a whole range of basket of issues we've intervened for. For instance, what has not been mentioned throughout the discussion is the issue of basic services, which have also been increased above inflation, which is the indigent basket. That has also been increased above inflation. I can highlight a number of other interventions to support poor communities. And lastly, I mean, I don't want to respond to a number of things because I don't have the time. But let me just say a major statement which is vindicate our points. There's a view that our position is not growth enhancing. There's also a view that we're focused exclusively on growth and not in human capital. In fact, the truth is that this budget focuses on both. I don't want to deal with the major detail, but I appreciate the comments that have been made. We still make ourselves available to work with the committee to find a way forward so that by the 2nd, we can have a proper agreement on the fiscal framework. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Minister. There was also a request from Honorable Maute about the letter.
No. That's above my pay grade. That's above my grade. I can't tell my boss what has been communicated to him. I can say I take the message. I will relay the message. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister.
Chairperson.
Honorable Maute?
Yeah, seeing that the matter of the letter, it might be about the pay grade of the minister. Maybe the chair can use her authority to request the letter. Because this matter was discussed in this committee, Chair. So you're within your right to ask for the letter.
As Honorable Maute, your comment is noted. Can I now hand over to Dr. Masangani?
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's also thank the Minister and the Deputy for coming to this meeting. And let me thank all our colleagues and the stakeholders. Just to make comments, not questions. I think, Chairperson, we should clearly outline what we are dealing with, not only to ourselves, but to the public as a whole. Because on Tuesday, we are not voting for VAT or any other tax. We are voting for a fiscal framework. A fiscal framework of a budget outlines the government's overall approach to managing public finances. It includes almost six critical issues: revenue projections, expenditure plans, deficit surplus goals, debt management, economic assumptions, and policy priorities. That's what the fiscal framework is all about, that we are supposed to vote for on Tuesday. From there, the process proceeds to deal with the appropriation and the division of revenue. Also, the Appropriations Committee will not be dealing with the increase of VAT, but on the actual allocation of money, public funds, to department entities and the three spheres of government. When it comes to the issue of VAT, VAT is administered or is provided for in the VAT Act number 89 of 1991. That Act says that in Section 7, subsection 4, it provides that if the minister, meaning the Minister of Finance, makes an announcement in the national annual budget contemplated in Section 27, subsection 1 of the PFMA 1999, that the VAT rate specified in this section is to be altered. That alteration will be effective from a date determined by the minister in that announcement, and continues to apply for a period of 12 months from that date, subject to Parliament passing legislation giving effect to that announcement within that period of 12 months. That's what...
Chair, we can't hear Dr. Masanganyi anymore.
Honorable Mota, you have a network problem.
We can
hear him.
hear him. We can hear him, Chair. I think it's Honorable Mauto's network.
Yes. Mm.
Check 1, 2. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor. It's
Yes.
Honorable Mota's network. She must
Act,
move around.
The VAT
Okay.
Act and the PFMA gives the Minister of Finance powers to determine the rate and even the date upon which that rate has to be effective. That is provided for in the 2 acts. Be that as it may, where does Parliament come in? If you remember, on the day that we met the minister to brief us, I asked the question to the DG, have you publicized or published the bill for the members of the public to comment? He said yes. In order for Parliament to change the VAT, Parliament will need to amend the revenue bills after the introduction by the Minister of Finance. And such amendments must be consistent with the approved fiscal framework and the division of revenue bill. Amending the fiscal framework and revenue proposal do not in any way interdict the operation of Section 74. So what it means is that if Parliament, because we still have to go through the public participation process for the draft rates and monetary amounts and amendment of revenue laws amendment bill and other bills. Remember, SARS and National Treasury will come back to brief us about these bills, and amongst those will include the one on the VAT. If you remember, in 2018, the fiscal framework was presented in Parliament, I think somewhere on the 6th of March 2018. And two parties rejected that report. It was the UDM and the DA. Subsequent to that, the Standing Committee on Finance started to process the the rates bills until the 14th of November 2018. That happened long after the fiscal framework, the appropriation bill, and the Division of Revenue Act were adopted. It was in in November 14th, when Parliament considered the issue of taxation. So I want to make it very clear, Chairperson, so that it should not be like on Tuesday, we'll be dealing with the VAT. We will not be adopting the VAT on Tuesday. If Parliament, for instance, wants to change what the minister has tabled on the 12th, or completely want to reject the minister's proposal on the VAT, that will be done through a law of Parliament, which Parliament will have powers to amend or reject what the minister will have tabled, and will do that through the legislative process, which is separate from fiscal framework, appropriation bill, and Division of Revenue Act. So it will not be proper that on Tuesday we tell the public that we have rejected the fiscal framework because of the VAT. We are going to punish the very same public that we are representing here in Parliament. So I wanted these processes to be clear, so that later, because we should not think that we deal with an illiterate public. The public is the very same public that have sent us to this Parliament to represent them. And we don't have to misrepresent issues. We have got the separation of powers. The separation of powers doctrine is enshrined in the Constitution. And that gives the Minister of Finance those powers in terms of the VAT Act and the PFMA. But he can't go beyond what Parliament's powers are when it comes to passing rates and tax legislations. So I thought, Chairperson, it is very important that we clarify what we are dealing with from now until by the time when we will actually be dealing with the VAT. For now, we are not going to be adopting VAT or rejecting VAT. We'll be dealing with the fiscal framework and later appropriations. Second from last, Chairperson, I think we should create space to deal with this concept of a wealth tax, not in this meeting, so that we have the same conceptual framework and understanding, because we come from different backgrounds. What does wealth tax mean when individuals are paying PIT? What does tax mean when corporates are paying CIT? So somebody has to put it there and say, this is wealth tax, and this is what it is all about. Which bracket are you supposed to be earning? Which bracket is the corporate supposed to be generating? Because seated here, I have got different interpretation of what wealth tax is all about, but that is for something else on another day. Lastly, we'll request that when we invite stakeholders to Parliament, they should not abuse the platforms that we have. In this platform, we have taken out somebody called Ayanda. I'm not sure whether that Ayanda was a person or was a robot. Because what Ayanda was doing was to cast aspersions on other stakeholders. And you can't do that. Saying all sorts of things. I'm not sure whether you were following what was communicated on the chat platform. And when we asked Ayanda, who are you? Who are you representing? Ayanda does not talk to us. So we took out Ayanda and we plead with stakeholders that don't abuse the chat platform, don't cast aspersions on other stakeholders. When you come here, you speak on your presentation and not comment on the presentations of other stakeholders, because that is the responsibility of members of Parliament. Thanks very much. I thought I had to clarify the legislative process, the parliamentary process, and the separation of powers, because if it's not clear, we are going to conflate all these processes and we are going to get the country into trouble and regret later. But thanks to the stakeholders and the minister and colleagues for having participated in this difficult period of budget. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks, Doctor, for the mini workshop. I hope honorable members have now been able to understand the other process that will unfold should anything happen on next week. I think that brings us to the end of the meeting. The meeting stand adjourned. Thanks very much.
Long live the chair.
Malibong.
Malibongwe.